Hello and welcome back to another episode of Icebound. We would absolutely love it if you would like this video, subscribe to our channel, and check that bell so you never miss an episode. And of course, while you're doing that, I'm going to read some comments from last month's episode of Icebound. Quote number 1. Is it just me, or did anyone else hear Scrim say, "I have 2 gold coins," and imagine him rubbing them together like the world's smallest violin?
That's very good.
Number 2, Derek's way of speaking shall forever be known as the Drakkar inflection.
Oh.
Number 3, every new episode, I am asked to lend you my strength, but in reality, I am gaining so much strength by watching this fantastic story unfold with a group of truly talented people.
Thank you.
And quote number 4, also, Barnabas looking for a female Goliath, asking if memory sparks there? Please don't let this big Triton die before we figure out what that's about.
Oh, we might.
So, make sure you leave a comment below, and maybe next month your comment will be chosen. In the meantime, if you'd like to support the stream, you can do that by becoming a channel member right here on YouTube. You can also go check out our merch shop where we got a lot of really great stuff. You can become a patron over on Patreon to find the patron exclusive campaign Shroud over Saltmarsh, and you should go check out thecrookedmoon.com right now to pre-order your copy of The Crooked Moon today. Thank you.
We are Legends of Evantris. This is Icebound. Lend us your strength and join us. In the heart of night, where the boundary between second and third day of the third month blurs, your path leads you to the Giant Steppe, territory claimed by the formidable Stormfist Legion, a tribe of Goliaths whose fealty lies with the indomitable Princess of Wrath. This district, once the proud domain of Silver Dragonborn, now bears the weight of its new masters. Elegant and artful architecture has been reinforced with stone and metal, supplanted by fortifications and utility. Streets have been widened and straightened. Towering walls of rough-hewn stone encircle watchtowers and feasting halls and well-worn training grounds. The air carries the cold, clean scent of the winds of Drakkar and the warm, earthy tones of hearth, and forge. In this bastion, you find yourselves driven to reclaim the freedom of the ogres you've come to call allies. United in purpose, you stand ready to fight with those you seek to liberate. Yet, before threats could turn to the clash of metal and magic, the Chief Goliath's urgent call of his warning horn pierced the night, announcing your presence to the city of Argentholme and to its ruler. Now we'll transition.
Oh, that was cool.
From the zenith of her keep, The silhouette of the Princess of Wrath cleaves through the night sky. In her descent, the world seems to hold its breath. The temperature plummeting in reverence, or perhaps fear of her presence. With a primal grace that belies her monstrous form, she lands between you and the Goliath Legion, transformed in a cascade of shimmering ice and assuming her human guise. A vision of dread beauty and cold majesty. The Princess of Wrath stands before you now. Moonlight and torchlight illuminate her tall and commanding stature. The fabric of her gown, a garment seemingly intended only for the privacy of her royal chamber, clings to her like a second skin. Even in the haste of her awakening, the Princess of Wrath exudes primal magnetism. Her skin nearly glows like freshly fallen snow. Her piercing blue eyes gleam with power. Her form a teasing hint at the strength and force that thrums beneath. In this moment, the Princess of Wrath is the embodiment of pursuits that haunt the dreams of warriors and poets alike. Immediately upon her arrival, the entirety of the Goliaths facing you drop to one knee in near unison. The percussive sound of their movement expands outward like a shockwave. Even a good number of the ogres beside and behind you submit and fall. Their freedom hangs in the balance, but in this moment, so may your very lives. What happens next is up to you. What are you all doing?
I believe, just so we can maintain game state, that Grimnir was kind of like the big fucker in charge of our little band.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. But she hasn't even turned yet, right? So
Yeah.
like, is she just standing there?
She lands, she turns, she looks you over, and then she returns her gaze to the kneeling Goliaths, who have all lowered their head in reverence for but a moment. But when she turns and looks at you, that is the moment that I'm asking, do you bow? Do you do anything?
I do. I will not speak initially. I will not initiate any kind of words to her. I will stand there and with my grim determination, and look her in the eyes.
And I'm sitting right next to him with my anchor held. I'm not kneeling.
Standing next to Jornir.
Standing next to Jornir, exactly right.
Okay, one moment. I made it. You hear the voice of, and remind me, Grimnir is the name that you understand to be the chief, because I have two names.
No,
No, that's Jornir.
Oh, thank you.
Thunder Fist form.
That's my Goliath persona.
I believe that Tai Shen and I had been up in the upper level of this like pen
That's right.
thing.
You're still on the second floor looking down.
We're at the window.
Okay, so I wanted to. We're still there then. Cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Where's Queenie?
I think I was standing next to you and Barnabas.
That's what I remember as well.
You hear the Princess of Wrath speak down to the chief. You may rise, Korvac. And he stands immediately, and you see the others start to begin to ascend in this moment. What seems to be the trouble, she asks. And Korvac, these intruders, they attempted to steal the ogres. Look at what they are doing to our people. And she turns. I believe I know these people. I recognize them from before winter.
Yes, Great Dragon, we have met before.
You look different.
It has been some time. You sentenced our captain to death. For you saw as clearly as I did that he would not survive the land.
That's right. I remember very clearly. You were the ones trapped in the ice at the southern peak of the Withered Lands.
Yes, we are. And now we hope to parlay with you. We have a common enemy, and I believe we have a shared goal.
Where are your companions? There were 5 I left there on the ice.
They are still present.
And she looks up, and are you endeavoring to hide in
The
this
moment I see her, because we probably can't overhear the conversation. The moment I see her like look up to where we are, I would immediately like duck down below, but my hat would still be sticking up above like the little point. I would immediately try to like get away from her gaze, but my hat would be sticking up. Yeah, you might still just be waving, right? But like,
Scrim drags me down. Get down!
Princess, this is absurd. They have attempted to loot. They've infiltrated our district. They are trying to break free the ogres. They are dangerous thieves.
There is no thieving going on here. You cannot lay claim of ownership to the ogres of Ogreton. That is why we wish to parlay with you, Princess of Wrath. You deemed us worthy to live on the ice all those months ago, and we have traveled across this harsh and desolate land. And we claim our own tribe to stand in this great horde you have assembled, not to be chattel to the Stormfist Legion.
You petition to become a tribe here.
Aye, we do. They are not meant to be vassals to Goliath or anyone.
These are no vassals. Have you been treating them as such? No, we feed them. We give them shelter. We train them in the art of war. They are part of the tribe. When we found them, they were abandoned in a land, destroyed city. Not hospitable, not ready for life.
They were kept in this building. This is no more than a barn. You're treating these ogres like livestock. I'll say that to the Goliath.
Korvac looks taken aback, but determined and grim. He stares at you with his one good eye, and he spits on the ground. This was the best accommodations we can make for such short notice. This number of ogres, we would have built them homes.
Her Royal Highness Queen of Wrath, may I speak?
Yes.
And I'll bow my head to her.
Queenie, is it not?
It is. It's nice to see you again. The same grace that you gave us when you saw us wandering in Drakkar and found us to be capable of taking care of ourselves in this land, would you do the same to these ogres? If they do not want to live here, if they want to venture out into Drakkar on their own and they believe themselves capable of finding their own home in their own lands, would you offer them that same kindness that you offered us? For I do agree with Barnabas here. What they have been provided is not a true life. They are subject to these people, and they are not being treated fairly. You may have found them, but I believe that you should offer them the right to choose. And let the land decide.
I cannot offer them this choice. And things are different now. I cannot offer you this same choice. There is an enemy coming, a war. They would be in danger anywhere here but our home. You understand?
Yes, I do. The same way we were in danger the moment that we stepped foot on this land. Drakkar is dangerous. Whether there's a war coming or not, this land is not forgiven.
We need everyone to weather the coming storm.
But the best fighters are the ones that come willingly, yes?
I'm glad I threw down the gauntlet and challenged you to survive. You have demonstrated great strength in lasting this time.
That is true. And we are all incredibly powerful. And if you force us to stay here, I'm sure we will fight. But we will not fight our hardest. And those warriors that Drakkar carved will not be the best warriors they could be. But if we are given the choice to fight alongside you, someone we choose to respect, then the warriors that Drakkar has forged will be the most fierce warriors you've ever seen. That is a choice you do have.
She takes a moment to think about it and consider. Tell me, where have you been these past few months?
I don't know the names. I'm a simple farm girl from Yona. But all over the lands.
It seems that you've been quite busy. In just the past day, stalls destroyed, a market interrupted.
Oh yeah.
Was this not you?
This was us.
I'm gonna lean to Taishen. I'm gonna be like, hey, can you hear anything they're saying? I'm not getting any of this.
Should we open the window?
I don't know. The way she looked at us, I don't want to draw her ire.
Oh, well, maybe there's something we can do. She hasn't attacked yet. It's possible they're reasoning with her.
Well, what do you think?
I think we open the window. If anything, if something turns, we have to be ready to help.
Taishen, no!
Oh, we broke it!
And we're just like,
Yeah. The shattering of glass breaks the tension.
Come down from up there.
Oh.
And you hear the princess shout out towards the two of you.
Okay, all right.
do what she says. We scramble out, and but I stop shy of standing behind Jornir and Barnabas.
You have heard our offer. The 5 of us and the ogres of Ogreton and the humans, there's all of the survivors from that ruined city, are all one united tribe that wish to stand at your side against the coming threat. But let us do it on our own terms. Let us do it as free men and women.
You may do it as a tribe here. I will consider this petition seriously, but I am not going to entertain the possibility of freedom. You swear fealty to me.
Being your subjects is not part of our pilgrimage. We have the same goal, but we can achieve this goal by being allies, not subjects. You have the artifact that we have been quested to obtain. I can pledge to you that if you give us the artifact, that your kingdom will not be destroyed by the threat from beyond, and that your kingdom may grow and remain. For if you do not, your kingdom will meet the same fate as every other kingdom in the world. destruction.
Let them come. They cannot take the artifact from me, nor in you. Are you mad? That is mine. I took it, and I'm glad I have it.
You would forsake everything you've built. Your arrogance will lead to your doom. I have seen it in the runes.
You think throwing a few bones around tells you what's going to happen? I rule this land. I rule these people. Tens of thousands of lives are under my guardianship, under my wing. I am not going to go down. I will fight. I will survive. Now, if you wish to stay here with me and become my loyal subjects, then I will consider a path forward for you and these ogres you care so deeply about. But the Hexature armament is off the table. That is solely mine.
Actually, what I will say, we'll look at her. And how do we play in your plan if we were to join you?
If a war comes, then fight by my side. I have already defeated one. I'm confident that we would be able to handle together any threat. After all, you're so strong, aren't we?
Yes. This is why we have been set on this quest. This is why fate has led our paths to where we stand right now. We are strong. If you continue your path, do you really believe that all you need is what you have accomplished thus far? The kingdoms you have mastered here, and the artifact?
I don't feel very much like being interrogated in my own home. But I will entertain your question. Yes. And I have so much more that I can do.
So be it.
We will have to construct a pyre. Arrangements are to be made. An initiation ceremony to welcome you. However, I cannot just take the ogres back. No, what I did when we found them, and the kindness of Korvac, it would be cruel for me to renege on my initial command. You've been missing for months. What to do?
Perhaps. If you deal in terms of strength, do you not? Why don't we challenge the Stormfist Legion to them?
Yes! Yes! A fight! A fight!
What?
Aye.
Korvac.
Perhaps save all of these lives.
You invoke a ancient ritual here, as
Aye, is that
though
so?
you were a true Drakkarian.
I am no true Drakkarian. But I'm happy to fight.
That much is clear.
I'm happy to kill. If it means that all of the poor souls that barely survived the doom that came to Ogerton do not live like cattle in a barn.
Why wait? We're right here, aren't we?
And if we win, what does that mean for the ogres?
They will remain with the Stormfist Legion. And I will deny your petition to become a tribe. You will have to leave. Or perhaps you can find some other banner.
So if we win, we don't save the ogres, is what you're saying.
Oh no, if you win the guardianship of the ogres.
And the humans.
No, they're under my wing.
We will start right here and right now
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
for the survivors of Ogerton.
Barnabas, you lost your damn mind.
So eager. We will challenge you in the pit! And he points to the massive domed building that is at the center of the giant step.
Pit? What do you mean, pit? You have a pit? This is getting out of hand. You wanna stop this?
What will we be granted if we are to lead the ogres as a newly formed legion?
You will be granted a name, a banner. You will be granted my protection. We will find you a home here in Argentholme, and we will prepare together.
I have one additional request. There's a human. She goes by the name Daisy. We would like her. Not all of them, but just her.
If she is here, that is.
If she is under your protection, if she was found with the rest. And regardless, even if she wasn't, if she is anywhere in Drakkar, we would like for her to be held protected under our banner. She is one of us.
I do not believe this human is with the others in my keep. But I can tell the Ivory Clutch to look out for them. What should they look for?
And I'll describe Daisy in the best detail that I possibly can. The bow that I made for her, that I strung for her, that's on her back. The last clothes that she was wearing. Scar on her throat.
Where is the Ivory Clutch? Busy. Thank you, Korvac. Yes. It would be a pleasure to bring more of her kind under my wing.
She was last seen headed south from Ogerton.
And you accept the possibility that months have passed? She may, if she is like the others, have perished in the ice.
Yes, we
Drakkar
do.
is a dangerous place, is it not?
It
We
is
do.
likely.
But she is spunky, she is strong, she is much more like us than even she realizes. If we can do it, I believe she can too. And I just want your confirmation that should we survive this, she is included in that deal, that she would be beneath our banner with your protection.
Who will be your champion?
Oh, thank the gods.
Aye, single combat.
Yes. Yes.
Who is your champion?
Cornerback, the Unbroken!
I volunteer to kill this guy.
All of my money is on Barnabas. Oh, you're making a big mistake, buddy. Oh, this is gonna be good. Don't stop this. Don't stop this at all. All right, let this ride.
Jornir, do you think you could take him?
I believe I could end this man's life, yes.
Princess, what is the nature of this ancient rite?
This is a combat arena. And within we settle many debates. The nature of the ritual is, as Barnabas said, a single combat, unarmed, to the death. No magic. Only
Barnabas,
strength.
do you think you could take him?
I think I could take this. I think all of us could take this guy. Look at him. He's the kind of coward that keeps people in barns. I think even Scrim could take him.
You're crazy. The guy's 4 times my height. And probably weighs like 10
You
times
won't have
what
to,
I weigh.
Mr. Stabiscotch.
Now who is the one with hubris?
I'm confident.
Well, hubris is not something Barnabas has ever lacked. But before we do this, I asked you a question you still have not confirmed. Before we agree to anything, I want the terms to be clear. That we know exactly what we get if we win this, when we win this, because I'm sure that Barnabas will be the victor.
Your own house? A banner? Land? The ogre people? Under your guardianship? With you? And this one soul, Daisy. Make a persuasion check.
Is it before I roll that I have to twist? Or is it after I roll?
Before.
I'm gonna do 3 twists. What is my persuasion?
Probably.
My persuasion is only +2.
Yeah, so now it's +5.
But now it's a +5. 3 twists. You heard it here
Right?
first.
3 twists are good, right?
twists.
That's great.
I think that's totally fair.
It's not. It's not.
It's okay.
11.
It's good. That's okay.
The humans are very special to me. I can grant you these other things. But this Daisy belongs with her people. And she belongs with me.
Well, she's a crafty young lady, son, and you'll never find her. So, sorry about that.
Perhaps she'll turn up.
We are under no responsibility to swear ourselves to you, correct?
Oh, yes, to earn any of this, you must earn the right to the ogres by defeating Korvac, and you must swear fealty to me. Anything less, and we would have a different conversation, I think.
Can we have a conversation in the barn, and then we'll let you know how we'd like to proceed?
Please, I'm not cold. I'll wait here.
I wouldn't think so. May we? Before we make decisions about our lives?
I'll nod.
Yeah,
And I'll
let's
turn into the barn.
go back to the barn. I'm freezing my ass off.
I'll keep an eye on Korvac. Is that his name?
He keeps his eye on you.
We must accept this deal.
You make your way back inside of the barn,
Yeah,
and
we're in.
you reach a
Privacy.
point where you feel you can whisper without earshot. The 5 of you sort of have to pass through the ogres as you transition, and those of you look behind, either at Korvac, who is clearly enraged by this turn of events, not just in the infiltration that you managed to pull off, but in the possibility of his authority being challenged. And you watch as the Princess of Wrath turns her back to you and begins to address him and a few others, clearly very high up within the Legion. The 5 of you find yourselves on the other side. The ogre's looking down dumbly at you, sort of looking around. They stand there until you see Manius also walk up. Manny. What do?
Oh, Jornir's right. We gotta do this. I was just really hoping Daisy was here.
Oh, she's not foolish enough to get caught by these people.
She was surviving on the ice even when she met us.
Yeah.
She could live on the land for years.
But that doesn't mean that one of the people in her, I want to say employ, will not find her or spot her. She has people in the air, on the ground. Someone eventually will find Daisy, and she will not be protected by us.
Well.
And now I fear that she knows Daisy's important to us, at least to me, and she could be used as a weapon,
And we'll
a
kill
bargaining
her.
tool.
If that happens, we'll kill her. Oh,
Daisy?
No, the princess.
Oh, you're a little reckless. I'm sorry.
am
I thought the
ready.
worst.
If all we have to do is kneel to this.
But what does it mean when we kneel? I do not want to give up my freedom.
I know, and she said that if we lose, we leave. So if it's certain death that we wander away and die in the wilderness.
We will not die in the wilderness.
And just so
But
we're on
if
the
we-
same page
if
here,
we
you
s-
do realize that if you lose, you're dead. You're not losing.
Fine with that.
You're not gonna fucking lose. Come on.
I'm not going to lose. I'm going to win. I'm going to see the light leave this Korvac's eyes. I've been
That's
in
not the most
dozens of pit
important
fights.
thing right now, Barnabas, whether you're going to win or not. The most important thing is that we are offering to this dragon that she can call on us and we will do her bidding. That freedom that you fight for, we're offering to give it up.
I think that if we say that as we are able to leave if we want, I'm happy to kneel. I'm happy to follow their rituals, as long as I have the choice to leave. And so do all of the ogres, and so do the rest of us.
That's what you think you have the choice.
Well, we will clarify.
You can clarify all you want, but we're making an agreement here. And I know maybe I'm the only one who've had experience with the Fae. But the moment you make a deal like this, you risk a lot. You may think we have choices going forward, but the moment we kneel, we might lose many of the choices we hold so dear to us.
We set out to heal the scars that are on this land, to bring Drakkar back from the brink, to turn away from Jornir's vision.
We can't do that if we're puppets of the Queen.
We can't do that on our own either.
I'm willing
I
to risk
know,
it.
I don't know what we do, but I don't think we should be so quick to kneel before her and swear ourselves to her.
When I was granted visions on the new year, the Triad presented me 3 paths that we could accomplish our goal. 3 options. One was to fight her and kill her. The other was to sneak and take. But the third was to ally.
I have no issue allying with her. But we are not becoming allies. We are becoming her slaves. That was not in your vision.
We will have land, power, and control. We will have the ogres. And I've not wanted to upset you, but it is very unlikely that Daisy still lives.
I'm not stupid. I know how difficult this land is.
She should not factor into this decision. There is nothing for them to find.
I think she should. The same way if Scrim were out there in the middle of nowhere and I was certain that he had met his doom, for there is no way Scrim could survive alone anywhere, let alone Drakkar. I would still factor him into my decision.
And Daisy's alive. Let's be real here. Come on.
I warned her that if she came with us, it would likely mean her doom.
Aye.
It was the fate. Our own fates, our own paths through Drakkar that whisked us away from her, leaving her alone. And while she is skilled, winter has come. I believe Barnabas should take this fight. I believe we should take the land and take the titles and take the colors, take the banners, whatever it is. Take the ogres under our wing, just like the humans are under hers. And then I will consult the runes, and the Triad will show us the way.
And I know I will win. I know I must fight this. My lover is here. She is with us, so far from the sea.
I believe in you. I have faith that Barnabas is going to win. And I'm a part of this deal because my soul is already claimed to horrific damnation for all of eternity. So what's one more deal? Throw it on the pile. I'm in.
I believe in you too, Barnabas. I think we do it.
I believe Barnabas may win. His fate will decide, but if you lose, I will make sure that I guide the rest of us onward.
Man, it's a shame that I can't spend this gold anyway. If I could bet on this, all of it, all the house, right on Barnabas. You're gonna win, buddy. You gotta rip this guy's arm right off. Beat him with it. Beat him with his own arm. Come on. It'd be awesome. Give him a show.
I will. It's not going to be pretty. I haven't been in a pit fight in a while. I may be an old man, but I feel her with us.
Queenie,
Jornir.
if you care for Daisy, if she still lives, taking this deal and Barnabas winning is the best chance that Daisy has to live.
No. Our fate. No. I don't agree with that. I think it's the best way for you to justify this choice today. Because this is the easy choice, let's be honest. We give up our independence. We give up the only thing that we've had since stepping into Icebound, stepping into Drakkar, since being Icebound. And that is our ability to choose for ourselves no matter what this awful place throws at us. We give that up today.
Truly.
And that's easy because we will have land, which I don't care for. I have land back home. We'll have the ogres, and that's great. But when she calls upon them to die for her war, we lose them anyway. When she calls upon us to fight and do her bidding, we must do it. So what are we really fighting for? That's my fear. But
Miss March, you know that I care for freedom above all else.
I think you are deep in your bloodlust right now, and your sights are set on destroying that man out there. I think this situation is perilous, and I think a decision has to be made, and I think that it does not matter in this moment what I think.
What else would you have us do, Queen? Secundus is on his way. He's simply days behind us. We have no idea where Daisy is.
Maybe
and
I'm
the
a
Princess
fool.
of Wrath stands right outside this door.
Yes, and maybe I'm a fool. But I say we challenge the Princess of Wrath.
To single combat?
No, her against us. She knows she's a dragon. She knows that her against one of us would be idiocy. But do I think that all of us together could take her? Yeah, I do. And if I'm gonna die for this place, I'm gonna die it in a blaze of glory, not as a puppet or a minion of that woman out there. But if this is the choice that you've chosen, if you would rather fight that ogre, get some land and bide your time and wait to see what happens, then by all means. I love y'all. And it's a vote. I say we do what you would like to, and I'll support you. I'll even make you a little sign, Barnabas, that says, "Go, go, Barnabas, go."
It is not a vote. I am on this pilgrimage because I was set on this quest by Mammut and the Triad. However, we all must make our own decision. We are as one for now. But if you believe that you would like to leave, perhaps there is a way we can negotiate for this. However, I do not believe that fighting her as we are.
Oh, I don't mean today.
Then win.
We could negotiate it. But regardless, as I said, if this is your choice, I have agreed to go along with you, even if it is not what my choice would be. You will not convince me, however, that it is the right choice.
I do not tend to convince anyone of anything. All I do is see what is. I will accept the combat for the group, unless anyone has anything else to say.
I thought Barnabas was going to be our champion.
I will accept it with Barnabas as our champion, yes.
I'm in. I think in the short term, we watch Barnabas rip this guy a new one. We buy ourselves some time. Nothing is saying that we can't fight her or steal this thing at a later date. It gets us closer, all right? And it buys us time. Now, we can swear fealty all we want. What does that mean? It's words. Right?
When Barnabas wins, it allows us to move freely around here.
That's right.
And if we decide differently, should we fight her? Should the winds change and we want something else? We can do that, if that ends up being the truth. But now, this feels like the path to all else.
But if we choose to swear our fealty, then we're swearing our fealty. We can't fight her. For she is our leader. We have agreed.
And this Queen of Wrath is a beast of nature, a beast of the land. Yet she wants to play queen, and she wants to hold court. This is against her nature. And it is this playing politics that will lead to her doom. I can see it.
She might not be the first queen, princess, or ruler otherwise to get a knife in the back.
My goal is to survive. I was set on this quest because if I fail, great doom will come to Mammut or more. And so, I will do what it takes to continue. Shall we continue?
Aye.
I will turn silently, and I will walk back out.
As you turn,
Good.
Manny looks down. Manny confused. No fight?
There will be a fight, Manny. I will be a champion for all the survivors of Ogerton. And we'll get you out of this barn. And I'll join Jornir.
We accept the terms you have set forth, and Barnabas will be our champion in the sacred combat.
I so hope that you would. Follow me, and we'll make our way into the arena. She turns and runs her hand through her hair, and you can see now that flying above her are very, very small shapes. They are starting to circle around the top of the hippodrome, and it takes you a moment to realize that these look like, from a very far distance, kobolds. None of the kobolds that you've ever experienced so far on Drakkar are winged, but these happen to be. And as you cross through the entrance, this threshold, you pass underneath the massive gates of the space. You can see that ogres and Goliaths alike are also pouring in through one side or the other, but following you, the princess seems to be leading you directly into the arena. As you cross through the threshold, you can see these massive tiers built out of timber and metal and stone. You can look down, and this is a huge, open, airy space. The diameter of this arena must be 200, maybe 300 feet, and the walls are perhaps 40 or 50 feet tall to reach the sort of sandy, pitty ground. This is not an open air arena either. You note that the entire dome seems to make a ceiling, seemingly to protect from the harsh winters of Drakkar, keeping this space available for combat all times of year. And you continue to walk through and down into the space, passing these enormous braziers, which, nope, I always fucking psych myself. I psych myself out. I psych, yep, these enormous braziers, yep.
Big fan. Big fan.
Wait, both hands, you gotta learn how to do the, anyways.
How many hooks?
8. You, braziers?
Braziers.
Like Azure. Is like Azure.
Apparently I can't make this sound. Brazier? Just Brazier?
Brazier. Like Fraser Crane. Brazier.
Brazier Crane.
Who's Fraser Crane?
Brazier.
I did that just for you.
We're good. This is the final straw. We're back.
And you can see Goliaths have poured in. There are huge sectioned off spaces within the tiered seating within this massive coliseum or hippodrome or arena that you walk into, and not all of the sections are being filled. It's the middle of the night. Only a contingent of Goliaths seem to be filling one side, but you do not expect more of an audience other than them and the few hundred ogres that you had found in the farm, woken up, readied for battle, and are now following to see just where this next part of our story takes us. The other feature that I'll describe in the arena that's meaningfully important is the sides of these walls. As you look down into the space, you can see that jagged metal spikes push out from the side, but they are huge. These look like stalactites, but you imagine that each one is like an arm sticking out maybe 8, 10, 12 feet long before tapering off to a deadly sharp point. The princess leads you to this spot and turns. I'll be watching from my viewing box here.
Mike's at a party once he gets set up here.
He's getting ready.
We gotta get the goods. We gotta get the goods.
Sorry, guys.
No. That's only right.
Channel your
That's only right. I'm
powers
very
here.
happy. You're standing in a hippodrome that dwarfs the one that you fought in Ogerton. This is a city scaled, and it clearly can handle thousands of participants, viewers, and has an arena sized to match. The stands, the actual tiers of seating are slowly being filled by lookers on, people who have awoken perhaps initially because they were told that there was going to be a fight, but now that is both true and the fight has the context has changed very much. A death match, a single combat between a champion of strangers from outside of Drakkar, outside of the city of Argentholme, and Korvac the Unbroken, the chief of the Stormfist Legion. The Princess of Wrath turns, indicating where she will be watching from. A box about halfway up the various tierage you can see is sort of round ledge, for lack of a better term, almost like a private viewing box that you would see at the Super Bowl, right? And she turns to you. Anything else before I enjoy the entertainment?
Is there anything left to say?
She walks up and she puts a hand on the side of your face, and you feel this sudden drop of temperature get pulled away from your skin. You are used to cold temperatures, and this is somehow more frigid than plunging your hand into ice, somehow more frigid than picking up said ice and pushing it against your face. You worry almost for a moment that the stinging, burning sensation of hypothermia will immediately kick in before she removes her hand and says, I suppose not. Good luck. I hope that you'll be joining my flock soon. And she turns and starts to walk slowly, gracefully up the steps. You hear a voice behind you. I lead you to gate. And turning behind you, you can see not one of the guards that you passed, not one of the close inner circle of Korvac, who seems now to be missing entirely. You haven't seen him since you started making your way to the Hippodrome. This is another Goliath. And he seems to be standing there to invite you down to however it is that you get into this arena, the five of you.
Is it not like... Is it not obvious, or...
I take you down, and he leads the way. It's something that you would have been able to find, but it is not obvious. There aren't no ladders to climb down the side of this combat arena, and you can see that there are large gated entrances that would lead into the center, and presumably he's taking you down underneath the stands in order to get there.
All of us are going to the arena? We're not going like spectators?
All five of you are invited. And he leads the five of you down through those stairs. And once you reach the bottom, he sort of stands there, looking ready to activate a counter lever that seems to activate the gate.
All right. Ponibus, look at me.
Aye.
Spent a lot of time around illegal boxing rings, pit fights, all sorts of stuff, all right? I know you've done the same. And I know you don't need me to say this, but you gotta win. Don't toy with him. Don't mess around. End him. Quickly, please.
That's why I'm doing this. I'm not doing it for the audience. There doesn't need to be a single soul watching. These Goliaths don't have the true spirit. The ones that I've known.
All right, then. I won't say anything else. Good luck.
Good luck, Mr. Stabberscotch.
See you on the other side.
If I don't make it, good luck to all of you. And I'll take one last puff of my pipe. And I'm going to basically hold it and look around and say, I suppose I need to leave my things.
We'll watch over them, Barnabas.
Yeah, we'll make sure they stay safe. Don't worry. You're coming back, so you'll get them back soon.
Mr. Staverscotch, you can take my pipe.
Oh, wow. I look forward to giving this back to you.
Barnabas,
Mr. Jornir.
I know I do not need to say this, but stop at nothing to survive.
We don't have magic. I can't break the rules. And I will pick out my shell out of where I keep it, and I will just kind of look at it. I know I need to do this, my lover. You're here with me, so far from the sea. And I'm going to gaze into it and hold it up to my ear, possibly for the last time.
As you move it and turn it in your hands, you see that opalescent shell shimmer, and you feel like you can almost see your lover in it. You see it as clearly as though you were looking through the bottom of the ocean. And when you pull it up to your ear, you can hear the waves. You can hear the surf, the surge, the sound of not just the surface of the ocean, but of the depths themselves. And you hear her voice. It tells you exactly what you want it to say. It's as if it reads your mind, always knowing the right words in the right order come to you, and relief comes just after.
You're right. Would one of you hold on to this for me? And my flask.
I'll hold on to him for you.
Thank you, Miss March. And this is... If I die, you can uncork this and drink it. It's liquor. It's good luck. Made with pineapples. It's rum.
Would be our honor to drink it, but with you. You fight for righteousness, and you've always let your spirit guide your fists.
Okay.
He doesn't stand a chance.
Now you have to live? Because we are going to talk about that you've been holding out for months!
I didn't want to say anything because I knew you'd act like this.
You son of a bitch.
Yes.
Queenie uses the bees to create a little treasure chest, and it opens up, and she puts both the shell and the rum into it, as Scrim is watching it, and the bees form a little key and lock the chest. And then the little bee key goes into her honey pot.
I will
touching.
lean down, almost kneeling to get at Queenie's eye level. I know I don't need to tell you this, but don't let Scrim get to it.
I wouldn't, I promise you. And Queenie will run over to you really quickly and just jump up and give you a huge hug around your neck.
Give you a good hug.
You're gonna be all right, you know.
I know, Miss March. We'll do it for the
All right.
ogres. And no one will live in a barn.
We can't do this without you.
No one will be livestock. Not anymore.
You gotta come back to us, Barnabas. We
I
need
will.
ya.
I promise.
Knock him dead. I mean,
Literally.
well, literally, yeah.
I've got my good luck. I've got my seabird.
Do I get the sense that any kind of buffs would be would be sort of deemed cheating?
Make a...
Oh boy.
Is this a mock garage or what?
I mean, for all cheats. So.
This is a pretty cool.
I'll solicit the roll here. My mind immediately went to sort of insight in terms of like reading
Insight
how
is how I would roll it.
how Princess of Wrath inferred no magic.
Yeah.
I think that's very fair.
Speaking of Aurora Borealis.
Oh, yeah. That is a steamed ham dice.
Really? Oh. This time of year, centralized entirely at this table.
Mikey is presuming that I'm able to, like, I'm a fish guy, so me having claws would not be, like, that's not magic.
It's inherent to your nature.
It's inherent to my nature, yeah.
You wouldn't tell a wolf it can't bite.
Shit.
24.
24.
Oh.
You get a sense that she meant spellcasting in the sense of spellcasting, magic in terms of illusion or that sort of thing. Whether or not an innately magical feature would be frowned upon, no. So if you are magically strong, if you have the ability to perform a dragon's breath, then that would totally be within the rules of the. Though I understand that actually there's some debate as to whether or not dragon's breath is magical. For the purposes of this conversation, innate abilities don't count. Whether or not you could pass off something as an innate ability because it's not being cast within the arena, even with a 24, feels like something that you would have to risk.
Okay, but I get the sense that if I start like chanting a spell while he's fighting, that it'd be like, what the fuck's going on? Like, get that guy!
You do get the sense that would be a violation of the spirit of the rules. That strength and raw brutality in the arena is what is going to be enforced in terms of what sacredness there may be with this ritual. And you also are cognizant of the Goliath who's standing 10, 15 feet from you at the entrance to this arena, at the gate underneath the stands where you currently find yourself.
I will approach Barnabas, and I will say, the fates, the weird, and the triad will see you through. And if I may,
you may.
To reach into my pouch and just grab like a little bit of soot or like some sort of like face paint, right? In the name of Arnhem, and under one eye I'll draw a little triangle. In the name of Odin, and in the name of the land, and I'll draw on your forehead. So you have sort of a triangle of triangles. You are blessed, you stay. And I'll nod, and I'll step back.
Mr. Jornir, I thank you, and I know you may have red hair, but you've been nothing but good luck on this voyage.
Thank you.
I will kind of give everyone a nod, and I'll walk out to whatever arena.
You give a nod to
chamber.
the Goliath, and he, with a great amount of effort, pulls down a metal lever, and you hear the clanking of metals, and all of a sudden the crisscross gate of timber and bolted metal starts to lift up, and you start to walk out into the arena. The braziers are on fire and illuminating the entire space. You're welcome.
Stop, drop, and roll!
They call me Fire Tits!
The braziers are already warming the space. You don't need the warmth. You have your natural Triton abilities to remain warm even in the cold, dark depths of the sea, but it brings an insane light as shadows play against the tiers, the stands. You see the spikes seem to almost move underneath the energy of this fire, and you begin to walk out, not seeing your foe just yet, but it's a giant arena, as I said, 200, maybe 300 feet wide. Underneath your feet is hardpack, a combination of very, very fine dirt and sand, but it almost feels like stone underneath your feet as you start to make your way out. At the same moment, as you are all watching Barnamos duck underneath the gate and face this next challenge, second Goliath arrives. I am to take you to the Princess of Wrath. She has requested your presence in the box.
Well,
Alright.
lead the way.
Follow me. And he signals to the other Goliath, who pulls the lever into a secondary position, and you watch as the gate that was rising up begins to come to a close. As he leads you down underneath the arena itself, in the direction of the Princess of Wrath, you are taken into almost like a catacombed area. You get a sense that there's these rafters above you. You see silt, this same sort of sand coming down from the ceiling as you're walking down and through. And it's another few minutes of walking as you are led by these two Goliaths into a larger room, what clearly looks like a sort of a prep room.
Is it getting colder as we go down, or potentially warmer?
It's difficult to feel if there are temperature changes. It is still Drakkar, and I haven't been enforcing things like Constitution rules, even though it is sub-zero, because when you've eaten, when you've had shelter, when you've been adjacent to fire, even though it's -10, -20 degrees, very, very, very cold, perhaps even colder, you have enough recharging of your batteries, in my mind, for you to narrowly miss those until we get to more serious weather conditions. So when you're walking down a few stairs and then ducking down underneath this arena and making your way, you don't feel a tremendous drop in temperature, to answer your question. You make your way into what is clearly like a prep room for champions or gladiators, people who are prepping. There seems to be armor and pieces of leather and garments and weapons of all shapes and sizes. You can see big spiked mauls on the wall. You can see big hammers, a variety of different shaped swords. This is all of this is being not sharpened, but sort of handled by another group of Goliaths that you run into in this space. And then you hear a click. Behind you, the two Goliaths have closed a door, and one of them looks at you. You shame us. You shame us by infiltrating our space, by tricking us, by trying to steal from our chief. And you can turn and you see, realizing that there are two others here. These are the two guards that you initially met. You will pay for this. You are not under the protection of the Princess of Wrath just yet. And pulling out what looks like a clay pot, he throws it down onto the ground and it explodes, bursting into smoke. I need the four of you to roll for initiative.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna use my reaction to cast First Strike, so you have advantage on initiative.
Let's fucking go.
Thank God.
These guys, they made a huge mistake.
Hold your rolls.
They zigged when they should have zagged.
Oh, these guys are
We'll be back.
Yeah.
boned.
Because we ain't in the mock garage. It's nothing but heating up down here.
I was gonna say, we're about to Agni-Kai these guys.
Oi! Your sports ball team is from a slightly different geographic region than my sports ball team.
You deserve to die!
Barnabas, you are standing there on the surface of the arena, and you watch as more and more ogres, fewer, trickle in and take their seat on one side of the arena. There are many, many, many different empty seats, but there is a large contingent of Goliaths who all seem to be eagerly sitting on the edge of their seat. From above, you can see that there are rafters, openings in the surface of this ceiling, and inside there are these white-winged kobolds who are swooping and flying down and making their way to the viewing box where you can plainly see the blonde hair of the Princess of Wrath, her stature still so dreadful and yet majestic, staring down. She no longer seems to be wearing the gown that she was initially confronting you in. She seems to have made a change just for the occasion. And she stares down, looking at you, and on the other side, Korvac, seemingly walking towards you slowly, patting his hands with some of the picked up sand from the floor of the arena. She raises her voice and yells out, and it echoes within this huge space. Warriors of Drakkar, we gather for a trial as ancient as the ice that binds these lands. Here, strength reigns supreme. It is the currency of our survival, the only truth in a world shaped by strife. 2 champions enter the sands of our arena for the right and responsibility of guardianship for the ogres who came to us not more than a month past. As is my right and my pleasure, I bestow upon each of you a gift. It is a tradition when resolving disputes in this way to invoke the Colossus's embrace. Now, show me your strength and your will. And she raises her arms out wide next to her, almost like a wingspan of a dragon, before they clap together, and you are hit with a sudden drop in temperature. A huge blast of cold wind hits your face. It is as though you are sailing the coldest sea voyage that you could possibly imagine, and frost covers the entire surface of you. You look down, and the heat of your body is already starting to melt that frost as you realize that the floor of the arena is getting farther away. Your hands are starting to get bigger in relation to your muscles as well. Your muscles coil underneath you, and you almost like serpents knotting around your shoulders, and you feel a huge surge of strength. You grow large and larger and larger, 10, 15, 20 feet tall, and you watch as Korvac seems to be growing the same. The two of you, mighty Titans, you realize this is not a 200-foot arena. You are in an enclosed space with another 30-foot Titan. Barnabas versus Korvac. I need you to roll for initiative.
Grim's gonna be so pissed he missed this.
A giant kaiju battle with Barnabas!
First roll of the fight, natural 20.
Your advantage, too.
Korvac's better.
I'm not part of that fight.
He has to be within 15 feet of me to be advantage.
Oh, is that it?
No, Queenie.
Barbarians are advantage.
Barbarians advantage.
I just wanted to see.
That's true?
I'm 23.
23. All right.
I'm also going to need you to tell me how to play a sorcerer right now.
Okay, I got it.
23. We're gonna need to do the housekeeping of creating some arenas. So let me do
Let's
this.
fucking go.
and
Oh,
we're-
please.
I'm so ready.
Main purpose.
Derek.
Yeah.
A semi-related question. How much gold do you think my staff is worth? Would you say it's priceless?
Which one?
I'll give you 3 copper for it.
My main staff.
Again, I ask you which one in a humorous way.
Oh, I see what you're. I get it.
Yeah.
A large fear-bold penis.
I would say.
Priceless.
I would say that it's
put it
priceless
back next to me.
in one
That
way.
way it doesn't get
Obviously,
broken.
It's been marked.
Definitely.
And I'll have you take the shell back too, because I really don't want to break it.
Been risting runes into it and doing all of this. Where's the shim shamble? Oh, here.
The con Florida.
Oh my god, that's cool as hell.
Would you say it's roughly 1,000 gold pieces? Sorry, I'll let you focus.
Into the pit. I love that it's like, the dark tournament knife fight.
This is going to be a
Throw the
medium
knife on
creature
the ground.
compared to you. I just didn't have the token.
Yeah.
With the heal and
And
the...
then we're
Yeah.
gonna do a little of this.
Oh, that's pretty sick.
Yusuke versus,
I died of
What's that guy's name? I
uh,
literally just watched it not that long ago. Can't remember.
Really?
Yeah.
What are those?
Not the Irish guy. He was like
Australian.
Oh yeah, he was Australian. Had like the
Shit on
crazy
the
mohawk.
wall
He was
and
drunk.
all
Yeah.
kinds of crazy stuff.
Badass.
And they just like
doorway.
no
the
spirit
doorway,
magic, just
perhaps the
street
doorway.
brawl.
Yeah.
Don't move
and
off
you
the
guys
knife.
would have been here. Put yourselves where you would have been generally in the
That's
center
fine.
of the room. However you
Yeah, I
want
think
to
that's fine.
position yourselves.
We would have been clumped up for
We're
sure.
not expecting
right?
a fight.
Like we're
Yeah,
walking
no,
together.
We're chilling. This is bullshit. Picked the wrong fight. In trouble now. Wait till I summon greater demons. no rules against no magic in here. Jackass.
You fucking
Oh shit. Okay.
Oh, can we get some battle cam? Can you pass me that, please? Thank you.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Well, that changes things.
Let me roll for an initiative here. Okay. And we're going to do this on your side, even though that's going to be there. And we've got monsters.
Barnamos over
And
here.
They're going to be...
And then we've got 10 guys over here.
Okay.
Jeez, this changes things a little bit.
The, let me just quickly throw this on. All right, initiative for everyone except for Barnabas. 20 to 25 or higher?
29.
29. What in the ass?
She's hopping mad.
I rolled it.
Yeah.
I rolled a natural 20.
Golly.
15 to 20.
19.
17.
19, 17. Where is... Yep, okay. And I'm going to assume that Jornir is fewer
You
than...
did advantage us, did you?
I did.
Yeah, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm reading all these
First strike.
spells. I got a 16.
Okay.
Full
the
casters, folks. It's a challenge.
I would say for
Tell
the
me
first
about it,
round,
folks.
you are under the surprise condition.
I think that's fair.
Oh,
pretty
come
fair.
on!
Very fair.
Which I think is a condition. I don't know. Surprise round. That's how things work in fucking Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. No one's gonna yell at me for
Condition means
that.
in the first round you don't go.
Yeah, you just don't take an action. Right. Which means you can have a varied amount of surprise because there are creatures, classes, and races I think that have like you can't get surprised as a thing.
Yeah, something like that.
You are all shocked when you hear the breaking sound of ceramics at the at your feet, and all of a sudden there's this almost ignition. You shield your eyes from what is a bright light, a very bright light of fire, and worry for a moment that there's going to be some sort of a bomb. But instead, you just see this hissing sound almost as whatever material is in here gets hotter and hotter and sprays choking gas out in almost all directions like a smoke bomb. It has this almost light lavender quality to it as it hugs the air and chokes the entire space in this dense, thick fog-like substance. You go from a very clear, dark, torchlit room to almost a foggy day. You can barely see visibility-wise from one side of the room to the other, but the Goliaths are already on top of you. For the sake of mechanics, if you attempt to cast a spell, you'll have to make a concentration check first, otherwise the spell casting fails.
And it's uses a spell slot.
You will still lose the spell slot if you attempt to do it, and the DC for all concentration moving forward, even if you are successful, is 15, not 10.
Good thing I just cast Brutal Blade.
Well, I'm gonna have to punch him.
So, let me just quickly go over here for a moment. Okay, one is going to go to Taishen. 9 is going to go to Jornir. 2 is going to go to Queenie. 7 is going to go to Scrim.
Oh my god.
8 and 3 are going to go to Queenie and Scrim, respectively. All of them are wielding these weapons that I described earlier, maces and warhammers and hard-hitting items. But the 4 in the back, they've pulled different weapons off the wall. You can see they're standing next to a large supply of javelins.
Oh, dear lord.
Are there any animals in the room?
Make a perception check.
I'm here.
You're an animal person. Perception. 13.
13, you feel very confident that there are no animals in this room.
I love doing that. 26,
got him.
you get me info that it is not correct.
There are so many rats. Just throw your rock out, and there's gonna be an animal.
So many
All right.
rats.
One.
Wait, what
is-
about all these, dude?
They're
They're throwing shit. They're
Oh,
throwing shit. Okay. One definitely misses. But this is against Yu Taishen. But its second attack hits, I believe. That's going to be a 23 to hit.
I'm letting him know.
That is.
Okay, just checking. I mean, you might use some weird shit. You're gonna get
No, I don't even think of that. I can't.
15 points of bludgeoning damage as you're smashed by this warhammer. Jornir, you are also going to experience 2 quick strikes. The first is 21 and the other one is 18 to hit.
Yeah, those both hit.
That's going to be 11 bludgeoning damage and 15 bludgeoning damage. The number 2 is going to attempt to hit Queenie. That's going to be a miss and a hit with 20 plus.
Yeah.
Okay. You are going to take 17 points of bludgeoning damage. That's going to be on Scrim. That's going to be one's going to be a natural 20, and the other one's going to be a 25 to hit. So,
No, even if I shield a natural 20, I still get
Yeah,
it, right?
you still get
fuck
it.
I'll take it. I'll allow it.
the first hit, the natural 20 is 25 points of damage, and the other one is minimum damage 10. I'm sorry,
damage, what
9.
was the other one?
9 is 25 and 9.
What?
It was a crit.
And a javelin is going to come at you, Taishen.
Okay, these guys gonna just be cool.
That is going to go wide. It's getting foggy already. Number 4 is going to take a crack at Queenie. That's going to be a 16 to hit.
Misses.
Okay. That's going to be a number 6 is going to take a crack at Jornir. That's going to be a 17 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay.
Oh, Scrim's in front of me. Does that count as like half cover, full cover?
I mean, only if you hold him up.
No, I'm 6'8". I'm 6'8". I wrote for UC.
Yeah,
Chill,
come
bro.
on.
I weigh 225 pounds.
That's going to be 13 piercing damage for you, Jornir, and we're going to do. And the other one goes wide. It goes through your hat, and you hear it go brrr, just behind you.
the hat gets taken off my head and just like pinned to the wall.
Exactly right.
Oh god.
Your hat just like leaves
A
your
little bit of
head.
hair goes.
No, no.
Your disgusting comb over.
Oh
Well, now it'll have to be. I have a full head of hair until that happens.
And that is what's happening. Let's get to the top of that round before we rejoin Barnabas and Kurovak. Queenie, you may go.
Oh my god.
Okay.
This is no good.
I would have moments to ask my friends a question. I'm assuming moments.
Yeah.
Do we want protection, or should I take out remove some of them from combat?
Have we seen these abilities before, or is this new?
This is new.
I would.
Yeah, no chance.
I'm dying! Oh my the triad!
I cast wall of bees around us.
Wall of bees?
What?
Wall of bees!
What does that do?
I create a wall of whirling, flailing, grasping, magical human arms. The wall appears within range.
It doesn't say human arms. Don't read human arms. I didn't change it from something else. I didn't change it from something else at all. That says bees. That says bees, you liar. Why would you lie? You get out of this table right now. Shit.
I read it to them beforehand, and Andy looks at me. He goes, "I will give you anything to take that spell."
I don't care what happens tonight. You take that spell and
you take the spell, you use it, and you read it to Derek.
You try to do something nice for a friend. You try to give him something bee-related. It was just human arms the whole time.
Why are there so many human arms? Well, I wasn't expecting that. Tight guy suits. Tight piece of tall.
To be fair, though, the bees have arms. They just aren't human.
But yes, so I'm gonna create a because it says that I can do a circle.
Yeah.
So I'm doing a circle around us. It is, it will encompass all of us. It is 10 feet high and 5 feet thick, and we are all heavily obscured.
Oh,
That's floor to ceiling.
Yeah.
You are heavily obscured visibility-wise.
But I have to roll to make sure that I can
You
cast
Oprah
it.
Winfrey bees! bees! And just this protective column of...
All of their arms are just flailing.
You are surrounded by this cacophonous sound. You have to...
This is the
Natural 20.
Oh! This is the Feywild version of Carl bees. Oh my god, bees with just like some giant human arms. Carl bees.
Sup, guys. Yes, so we are now, for 10 minutes, heavily obscured
That's
behind this
insanely
wall of
good.
bees.
Now,
From these guys immediately around us.
They cannot get to us.
People who are consumed by the wall. Read me the rest of the...
It doesn't
It should be
say-
grappled.
Well, it says any creature attempting to move through the wall takes 66 piercing damage and must make a dexterity saving throw or be grappled. Until the grapple ends, the target is restrained, and at the start of each of its turns, it takes 3d6 piercing damage.
Okay, you manage to squeeze the magic out. You can feel the suppressing quality of this smoke. Whatever herbaceous, bitter smell that's acrid in your lungs getting into your system, you know that you were very fortunate to get this out, but you were able to successfully make the use of this magic, and your bees are there at your side, ready to protect you and your friends.
Okay.
Wait, so if we're in it though, right, or not?
We're in it.
So are we gonna take the damage and be grappled?
No. Only if we try and move through the wall.
I'm presuming that the wall...
So we're essentially in a turret.
I'm presuming that the wall is like a column that's right here. You're up in the donut hole.
We're in the donut hole.
And fine.
It's to keep these guys out.
These guys...
But it's to keep them out and from not being able to attack us.
consumed by the bees, and I will...
What a way to go.
I will treat them as though they are moving through it when their turn starts.
Okay, cool.
Oh, wow.
Thanks, Derek.
Oh, we were expecting bees!
Scrim!
Bees with human arms!
That doesn't make any sense! You don't have it! What the fuck?
Okay, I have to make a Constitution saving throw if I'm going to cast a spell, but it is specifically for maintaining Is it the same as maintaining concentration on that spell? Because I do have advantage when I make those Constitution saving rolls. But if this is not to maintain the concentration, like to get the spell through, I'll just roll straight one die.
What's the feature you're using?
Resilient con.
Oh, you have advantage on concentration check.
Yeah.
Resilient con is you're proficient in con saving
Whichever
throws.
one is the one that gives you the
But
fucking...
you have an Eldritch Invocation, which gives you
That might be
advantage
what it is.
on concentration checks.
I can check.
Capital C concentration.
The
So
way
if we're using
I
universal
ruled-
special rule concentration.
The way that I wrote the magic item that they threw down, it is forcing a concentration check to make
So you're
it.
advantaged.
So because I'm using the same language unit, I would say we keyworded it, and you can map
keyword
it. You can
I
hook
love
into
keywords.
it.
Okay, and the concentration check on here will be the... Just beating a 10? Like, because there's no damage, right? Like...
It's a 15.
It's a 15, thank you. That's the part that I missed.
Is it a saving throw or is it just a con?
It's a concentration check.
And I am just adding my +4 to this. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna attempt to cast a spell. So let me see if it works, and then I'll describe what happens. I'll tell you what I'm doing.
Great.
It doesn't work. That's my turn.
Oh god.
Do you do anything else with your turn? Do you yell
Anything
out?
else? My turn.
Okay.
I can't move anywhere.
What's your plus to con?
Oh, that's rough.
You got like 2 5s or an 11.
I rolled a 10.
Oh, devastating.
Oh god, that's freaking brutal.
Taishen?
That's heartbreaking.
I should have plussed at least 1 or 2.
I
think
will
about
also, yeah.
Slipped my mind.
I'll +3 on the.
That's wise.
Yeah, I'll
Wise.
+3.
Yeah.
I didn't think about it
Taishen's
'cause I was
hungry.
already rolling 2 dice.
Yeah. I thought. I'll +3. I'll roll for a spell. I'll just roll once with my +2 con.
But you get +3.
Okay.
Okay.
Because you're using 3 twists, thank you, chat.
3 twists. Thank you, chat. That's a 20 to cast. And I'll say, our friend is up there fighting for the freedom of an entire race, and you're attacking us because of your pride? And I will, from my mouth, erupt a plume of fire that'll blast out into the room, and I'll spread it with my hands, and I will create a massive wall of flame that will cut off.
Man, you guys and your walls. Fucking Jesus.
Get fucked, okay? This section right here, just like
I've been trying to use Wall of Flame on Felix for years.
Yeah.
You finally found a good way to do it.
So a massive. I don't know how big the room is per se, but it's a.
You're plenty.
Yeah.
It's huge.
It's like 60 feet, 20 feet high, a foot thick. It's 20. Wait, it's 20 feet in diameter. Oh, or a ringed wall. Oh,
yeah. You can change the shape of it.
Oh,
That's
don't
really
mind
cool.
if I do go.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Oh, let me just check.
You can't see what. Oh, there.
Sorry.
I got fire tokens. In
Yeah,
fact,
that's
the monsters
really
you're fighting
fucking cool.
are just flipped over fire tokens with numbers on them.
That's very funny.
Because I definitely remember to make tokens for this session.
This is my wall of flame. And now, so I want to cast a second spell. Would you like me to re-roll the con?
The moment you do, the smoke is consumed because it's flammable. All of the oxygen is pulled out of the room, and you're killed instantly. Everyone is dead. No, I'm kidding.
Oh my god. Sorry, everybody. Yeah. Let me just, wall appears. Each creature within its area must make a dex saving throw. On a failed save, a creature takes 5d8 damage, or half as much on a successful one.
That's if they are in the wall or adjacent to the wall.
When the wall appears, each creature within its area, and it extends out 10 feet from its frontal side.
Oh shit, that's a fucking thick wall.
Yeah.
It's
That's a 15 foot. Holy
So
shit.
these guys have to stay
All
there
right,
for the rest of their
so
lives.
9 and 10 see this flame and they get consumed by it. Would they have to make dexterity saving throws?
They have to make dex saving throws
Jeez.
and take 5d8 on a failed save.
Oh my gosh.
They don't have health, they can like push through it, but it's pretty
The
cool.
highest was an 11.
I'm sure they're fucked. I don't even know what it is.
With a dummy thick wall.
That's a very dummy thick wall.
I posted a picture canonically of the bee wall in the thread.
No. Oh, no.
In the thread.
I
can't check it till
changed
later.
the spell so that you can refresh,
it
so
till
that you
later.
can read it properly now.
I posted
Oh,
a-
did
It now is bolded and italicized
posted a picture of the
humanoid.
Discord.
Sure, you didn't. I wish you had.
I did.
Oh, well, it's not on.
Might have
At
to
least
refresh.
We have to
I'll
refresh.
refresh the page.
From the wall, these two will take 27 points
That's a lot.
of fire.
10 and 6.
10
10 and 6, correct.
Humanoid arms.
That's going to be 26 fire and 26 fire. Neither of them save. They are consumed by the flames, and you can hear their screams as they are.
Are they dead? They're just screaming.
They're just screaming.
These guys are gonna have a lot of life.
Do you want me to re-roll con if I want to make a second spell cast?
You've already cast one spell, so I believe you can only use a cantrip at this point, but you can
I'm a
endeavor
sorcerer,
to.
Derek, and I can quicken spell using sorcerer points to cast an action spell as a bonus action.
That's very sexy. Why don't you go ahead and try?
I see.
And you asked
Well-
someone to teach you how to play sorcerer.
Look at
Yeah,
that.
Richie, we met off
Look at
camera
that.
for
We
did.
47 hours.
Wow.
And he
Real
said
quick.
all you have to do is this one thing.
Only 47?
Yeah, only 47.
That's it.
Wow, that's amazing.
But do you want me to re-roll it?
It's anytime you cast a spell.
Yeah.
Got it. That's true.
So we roll it. Good.
12.
16. Concentration is you have +6 con.
That's a saving throw.
Yeah.
Con is just +2. He said
It's
it's
a
a
saving
No. A concentration check is a saving
Saving.
throw. It's a constitution saving throw.
You said just a flat con.
I said concentration check because that's what I wrote down here.
A concentration check is technically a saving throw.
Oh, so you do add your
You add
proficiency
your-
bonus,
yes,
and
yep.
okay, so you get plus
+6.
Well, would
6.
that change what it was for you?
No, my saving throw is +4.
Oh, okay.
He's proficient, but his con's like plus.
I'm not proficient.
Oh, so you didn't take resilient con.
No, that's, I said the wrong
I
thing.
see.
You had the right answer.
I thought you
misspoke.
would.
So I,
With
I thought it was +2.
You
That's
succeed.
+6.
You succeed.
And I will cast at a fifth.
That means you cast the first spell on hard mode.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was at +2. I will cast Scorching Ray, which let's see, at a 4th level, and I'll summon these orbs of fire and blast out
Are they attack rolls?
their attack rolls. Yeah,
You'll be disadvantaged. Just put it out there.
Additional rays, 2 additional rays.
Oh, I know.
So it's 5 rays. So I'd have to roll 10 times.
Come on.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what their AC is. That would be a disadvantage, right?
Yeah.
That'd be 14 to hit for the first one.
That misses.
Okay.
16?
That hits.
Oh,
16?
nice. Okay.
16. So I'll just go around the ring. I'm going to shoot 5 times. We'll go 7, 3, 8, 4, 2, 1.
Is our vision of them obscured? Or is it just one way?
Doesn't say. All targets behind the wall are heavily obscured.
So you can see them, but you can't see them.
They
That
can't.
would hit. That's 21. So I'll hit
Well,
7
no, because
and
we're
2,
behind my wall, is what.
That's what I'm asking. Can we see the
The
guys
wall
that
of
are stuck?
bees.
and 17.
That hits.
So I'll hit
Their
7, 2,
AC
and
is
1.
16.
I'll hit 7, 2, and 1. He just does 2 and
Yeah.
6. Huh?
There's a wall around us between us and them.
They're like in the bees wall.
That's a good question. I would think because we're like right there, it's sort of like being
7?
within 5 feet, you could see them and stuff.
Seven
Right, but they
takes
can't
10
see
points
us.
of damage.
We're heavily
Which one?
obscured.
7
10.
will take 10 points
Thank
of
you.
damage.
So I think we go over there.
And 2. Oh, 2 will take 8 points of damage.
8,
And 1 will take 7 points of damage.
7. So you only hit 3?
I hit 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are launching these orbs of fire. I like to think that you like punched one and then jumped up and did like splits, and from your feet came the other 2 orbs that hit the, something really badass and martial arty like that. And a few go wide, but you can hear the shock of fighting powerful magic users as yourself, even from trained veteran fighters like these Goliaths. Jornir.
Before Jornir goes, we have a question we'd like to ask. We are heavily obscured.
From them.
Obviously from them and from here. And from these guys, can we see them though?
I don't see how we can justify making it a two-way mirror, right? Like, if it's heavily obscured looking in, why wouldn't it be heavily
I agree. I
obscured
just wanna make sure.
looking out?
Like, don't change any of Taishin's turn depending on how he rolled. I'm just moving forward.
Heavily obscured is one moment.
Well, I rolled a disadvantage on every hit.
Yeah.
Well, then we're
so
keeping
it's,
it. Then
It's
we're doing
definitely
it.
Yeah.
I didn't know you
Sure.
did that.
Well,
Yeah.
but that's because this guy and this guy are within melee range.
Yeah.
So no matter what,
Oh,
even if,
I thought I was rolling disadvantage because they were all in the wall.
Well, then either way, you're good.
those would give you disadvantage.
Is it disadvantage?
I believe so.
That's heavily obscured if you're blind.
Because it's an unseen attacker, right? Is
Yep.
sort of how you rule it. Or if someone's invisible, you can still attack them, and it's disadvantage. It's not super elegant in terms of 5e, but
Yeah, I would have
that's how
liked
they
a
do it.
plus or minus AC.
Just keep it
I'll
with
have to think about that spell, especially
You
the
changed. I rolled-
humanoid arms.
I rolled
However,
all disadvantage.
Moving forward.
I'm gonna say that this is a thick wall of bees that are
Beans?
that are endeavoring to essentially swallow the majority of your attackers, and you might have to take disadvantage for even though they're literally being stung to death at this time. Jornir, you're up.
I will, being bludgeoned to death, it's very clear that they mean to kill us. And so I'll turn to my friends and I'll say, kill them all! And I'll raise my staff and like Katara style from my water skin, and water will shoot out and like dust will raise off the ground. It'll swirl and swirl and swirl as all of a sudden you see it almost coalesce into different chunks of rock hard ice, as the spell says, and centered about right here. 1, 2, 3.
Do you have to be able to see it?
Nope.
Okay.
Point
good.
within range.
Good, good, good.
I'm going to center right about here, and I am going to cast.
You succeeded on your check.
I need to make the check. I want to.
You will endeavor to cast.
Well, I'm casting it either way. I use the spell
that's fair.
slot.
That's fair.
And so I would like to use several points, if that's okay.
Do it.
Oh, please.
Do it.
I'm going to use 3.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, chat. We've got a lot to use. We
Thank
have
you,
we
Chad.
have like
And I used 3
dozens.
also if you didn't.
Scrim forgot we had them.
We have dozens to use.
There you go.
14 plus
You
the.
crushed it.
It's 15.
Yeah. Okay. Then, so the spell, let me read it. It is called Ice Storm. A hail of rock hard ice pounds into the ground in a 20-foot radius and 40-foot high cylinder centered on a point within range. Each creature in the cylinder must make a dex saving throw. A creature takes 2d8 bludgeoning damage and 4d6 cold damage on a failed save, or half as much as on a successful one. Hailstones turn the storm's area of effect into difficult terrain until the end of your next turn.
All right. Let's go around the horn. Tell me who's making the save.
8.
8's making the save. And what is the DC?
It's huge.
The DC is 17.
And the save is
Dex.
Dex. 16, 13,
3. That's
15.
6. 5.
And which one's next?
Sorry. So 8, 3, and 6 failed. 5.
Fail.
4.
Fail.
10.
Succeed.
Okay, so 10 succeeded. Everyone else failed. I am going to roll the damage real
Roll
quick.
a lot of damage.
It is 46. 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's 2d8. 1. That's not a Jornir die. Should I be picky right now? I'll just do it. Fuck it. So as I sort of raise my staff, this swirling hailstorm it'll explode outward almost and pelt them all. 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Is that everything? 22 points of damage to everyone except 10, who takes 11 points of damage.
Right, 11. Can you give me the numbers again?
8, 3, 6, 5, and 4 all take 22 points of damage.
Jesus.
Okay.
And then 10 takes 11 points of damage.
And that's... okay.
And once I put my staff back down, I'll sort of lean because I just took half of my health and wounds. I'm now bloodied. Part of the, with all of this hail going on, the hail and snow will start to sort of shimmer over me as I go invisible as my bonus action.
Okay.
Start of the round, I'm immediately going to have to deal with the wall of bees for everyone surrounding Queenie and her allies. How does that work again?
Dexterity. Well, so first they will all take 66 piercing damage.
Yes.
Just automatically. Can I have some d6s?
Yeah, please.
It's 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you.
Pretty good.
4, it's 12. It's 14. It's 19. 22 points of piercing damage they will take automatically. And then they need to make a dex saving throw.
One moment. Oops, that's...
And we can read you the numbers if that helps.
Let me just quickly do some math here. It's very fast, quick math for sure. That's going to be there. That's going to be there. That's going to be that amount. Okay.
And
now.
then they all have to make dexterity saving throws.
Okay, I'm just going to roll for the... No, that's not how that works. What's the DC?
17.
1 succeeds. 12 fails, so that's 2 fails. 3 fails.
We need to find some way to mark them.
I have them here.
Okay.
7, 8, and 9 I'll roll. 7 fails, and succeeds. So 9 succeeds. All right.
So they are grappled. And
Okay.
at the start of their next turn, they'll take 3d6 piercing damage.
1 and 9 are going to step out of the bees.
Okay.
Because they are not grappled. They manage to roll out of the way, and they take 5 feet step backwards and start looking to the weapons on the wall very quickly. Seeing that you guys are inside of this, they're just going to throw the weapons that they happen to have on their on hand into the space to see if they can hit anything. So number 1 is going to throw his warhammer, and that's going to be at disadvantage, so that is going to miss. And for his they're not going to multi-attack because they're ranged now. And then number 9 is going to do the same thing at disadvantage, and that is also going to fail. So you just hear these weapons fly forward, and they just hit the bees and are carried away and out by the net of bees that are
The bee
protecting.
chads are like, yeah, like totally not even gonna hit him through this, okay?
Now we're going to do the wild, stinging, swinging attacks of the ones that are adjacent to Scrim at disadvantage. That's going to fail. Second attack, that's going to fail. Next to 2 attacks against Scrim at disadvantage. That's going to fail. That is going to be a 15 to hit.
I have 17 AC.
Okay. And against Queenie, that's going to be a... I think that hits, 23.
That hits, yeah.
Okay. That's going to be 11 points of bludgeoning damage to you. And then the next one at disadvantage, that fails. Next one at disadvantage, that's going to be 20 to hit, dirty 20. So that's going to be
Okay, perfect.
16 points of bludgeoning damage
To who?
to you, Queenie.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm rolling for concentration because it's concentration.
Oh, okay.
So you said an additional 16?
Yep, and those are the conclusion of the Goliaths who are in melee range. 10 and 6 are going to back out of the wall of fire. Do they take damage just because they started their turn there?
I think they do. It might be ending. Let me stay honest here. When it appears they take damage, one side of the wall selected by you casts spells damage that side. To each creature that ends its turn within 10 feet of that side or inside the wall, a creature takes the same damage when it enters the wall for the first time on a turn or ends its turn.
They rush
so they try
out.
and pass through it.
Yeah, they rush out of the flames, patting themselves out, clearly singed if you could see them through all of this chaos. However, they have a general sense of where you are, and so they're going to all make javelin attacks at disadvantage. That's going to fail on Scrim. That is going to hit on Jornir. That's going to be... perhaps because you're so tall, 14 points of piercing damage as the javelin sticks into you, Jornir.
I'm also invisible. I don't know if that matters.
I rolled at disadvantage. These are random attacks.
What was the hit to him?
14 damage. Oh, I see.
It was 22 to hit.
What's your AC?
It's 16. I think. Is that right? Yeah, I guess that's right.
It hits.
Okay.
It hits him square in the head.
The next javelin flies wide, and the next javelin against Taishen is going to be a 18 to hit.
That's his AC.
18.
Oh, so I meet it and beat it, right? That's how that works. So I'm
You
going,
land
unless you want to do anything about it, 15 piercing. And that is the conclusion of their turn. We transition now to the top of the arena.
To Barnabas?
Yep.
As soon as the clap sounds and you realize the enormous size of your new form, you are drenched by, I'm sure, seawater, and turning, you realize that Karavak seems ready for you. He's standing and almost in like a warlike state, almost like a trance. He's looking down and looking up and looking down and then looking up, and you get this tremendous sense of concentration. He almost looks at you with a expected come and bring it attitude, but he says nothing except breathing heavily. What do you do with your turn?
As I'm getting larger and larger, as seawater is covering me in barnacles and all sorts of sea life, my arms will shift as well as my legs as I grow 2 huge crab claws and I'll boom out. You brought me in here and you've unleashed the Kraken. I am the sea monster. I am Barnabas Dreadwake and I will kill you as I thunder forward and lunge with giant crab claws. And I'm just going to make 3 attacks on him. Recklessly.
Okay, and now these are technically unarmed strikes, but you're using your crab claws, correct?
They're not. They're natural weapons.
They're natural weapons?
Natural weapons.
Okay.
Technically, mechanically speaking.
Okay.
That's 1.
What is the dice size of that?
A D6.
because of your increased size, each of them is going to be a D12.
Let's go.
Nice.
I'll let you know. They were all 19s.
Wow.
All natural 19s.
Whoa.
D12s. Oh jeez.
I should have warned you
No, it's okay.
ages
it's okay.
ago, but I'm running 18
You're doing a
combats.
lot.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I just gotta find my.
Why'd I
D12s.
do
got a
this to
couple players.
myself? This is so
I got
crazy.
More dice
It's
than I
just
fucking need. I
crazy.
just can't find this. Oh, not bad. Not bad. 17. 17, 23, plus 24. That is 47 points of slashing damage.
Wow.
Oh,
As I snip into him.
did you roll to hit? Did I
Yeah,
miss
they
it?
were all 28.
Okay, yeah, you're fine.
I presume.
47, you say?
47,
47, you say?
points.
Okay, and that's
47 points of
for
slashing damage.
total
natural slashing damage?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, no, magical. Magical
Ah,
slashing.
I'll hold on to that. Okay. That's very cool. You dig your claws into both of his arms and sort of slide back for a moment on. He slides back for a moment on the sand. But even as you crunch in and you try to either sever muscle or tissue or bone, perhaps, it is like slamming into a stone pillar. And he turns. And he pulls away from your claw's grasp and comes back up with an uppercut.
Disadvantaged.
Oh, yes, that's correct. The first is going to be, thank you. The first is going to be a 23 to hit.
That'll hit.
The second, because he's using multi-attack, but I'm going to cram all the damage into flavor for the purposes of, the next one's higher. And the next one is also higher. So all three of those are going to be, that's going to be 11, 22. That's going to be 53 non-magical bludgeoning damage as he shrinks down and flies up with a fist that feels like a brick. You get clobbered right in the jaw, and the fight is on. Since it's going to take a million years to go back and simulate this, let's simulate a few more rounds. Back to your turn.
Do it.
Yeah, not bad, but not good enough.
That'll be a hit. I'm presuming.
Yeah.
That'll be a hit. That'll be a hit. Cha-cha-cha. That is gonna be...
When you win this, you can crab Riv.
23, 29, 29, 53 points of slashing damage.
53. You push and push into him, and again, even though your hands are claw, literal bone manifestations that come out of you. Each time you hit like that, it's kind of like hitting something extremely hard with a hammer, and you feel this vibration going up your arm. It is like punching stone. You are doing some damage, but not nearly as much as you expect.
And I'm going to use my bonus action as my hands return as their claws, and from my back, there'll be spiked tentacles that grow.
Oh, okay. He's going to race. He's going to race around you to Andy's side. Exactly right. And
Wait a minute.
as your tentacles emerge, he's going to slide around on the slippery sand and then race forward, grabbing you by the by the waist, managing to actually barrel hug you as wide as your belly is, and you suddenly are starting to it's starting to dawn on you. You are fighting somebody who's physically stronger than you are, and he pushes and pushes and pushes. I need you to make a strength contest.
I did not call athletics or strength.
Your choice.
19.
21. He pushes you 15 feet into the edge of the arena, and all of a sudden, as you slide, you take. Let's do both of these.
This is bad.
You take 18 points of piercing damage as all of a sudden you feel something slip like a dagger into your back, and you realize that you are being pushed against, and he is starting to press his advantage against you. That was one of his multi-attacks, and he'll attack again as he continues to drive his elbow in.
Can I know the actual total of each attack?
Yes, you may. The first one is going to be a 19 to hit.
I'm going to whip up one of my tentacles and attempt to parry it. And with that, I am going to roll a d8. And that will make... It'll still hit.
Okay.
It'll still hit.
The next one is going to be a 16 to hit.
That misses.
That misses, so I will roll damage for these. As he drives in, 14 points of bludgeoning damage as he pushes against you with one elbow attack. It's your turn. You're not mechanically grappled. I was just wrapping my arms around you for the purposes of flavor and the attack.
I didn't come here to die. There's still something I gotta do.
As I am going to... It's my turn. I'm going to use my bonus action to... The tentacles will sink back in. As I get my claws back, I'm going to make 2 attacks.
Okay.
Or 3 attacks, rather. Oh, come on. That'll hit. That'll hit. That'll hit.
Nice.
And then 15, 19, 19, 43.
43
points
wow,
of,
you're
of
consistently
slashing
doing
damage.
just an absolute fucking buttload of damage.
3 attacks at advantage feels pretty good.
And I'm going to move, if I can move. I don't know if I'm impaled on it.
No, you'd be able to slide off of the spike and endeavor to move.
Boot, boot, boot. I am just getting on the other side of him.
You slip around to the other side, and he matches you in almost a dance. He pushes some blood away from his own mouth, and he's staring at you with his one grim eye. You see death in this eye, and you're starting to understand why Korvac is called the Unbroken. He may be an undefeated champion, and the reason why he would be warlord in chief of a warlike Goliath tribe such as the Stormfist Legion. He looks down at you and he goes, "That's too bad. You won't escape this arena alive!" And he rushes forward and he gives you a ruthless headbutt. Or at least he attempts to.
I cannot parry, so you can just... It's 17 is the AC.
One moment. That's going to be a natural 20, and that's going to be a 20 million to hit. You need to know. It's going to be a 29. You don't need to know anymore? Okay. He
That's what he said.
Lunges forward with his head, and you're able to pull back just in time, but he's too quick. He jabs you once with his wrist and then crushes you in a bear hug. Again, this time getting your arms in between his, and he tenses, his muscles absolutely like pushing out and bulging, almost exploding out from underneath his skin as he reaches in, and neither will your friends.
Oh, God.
And you take...
This is awful. Not us. This is awful. Poor Barnabas.
God.
I'm definitely gonna get bloody from this attack.
This is a fucking beef train, okay? He ain't even worried about it.
He's
All right.
a meat train.
Yeah, he's a
They're
meat train. Barbos has no bothers.
Are you getting any damage reduction from these, or is it?
Oh yeah, it's halved.
Okay.
It's all halved.
Okay.
But still, I mean,
It's still a lot of damage.
still a lot of damage.
I mean, you're fucking dang, man. This guy can't fight the rage of the ocean.
I don't know why, but
Yeah.
something about the way you said that reminded me of Pauly Shore and Insane Man.
This guy's
Like a fucking
tank.
You take
tank, dude.
63 non-magical bludgeoning damage,
I'm bloody.
and we'll pause at bloodied as we come back to the top of the round, shifting back over to Queenie, Scrim, Taishen, Jornir, and friends.
I'm going to. I'm assuming it's my turn.
Yeah, you're talking.
I'm going to attempt to use my bonus. Well, is this. If something's an item, does it count as a spell?
What do you mean?
My honey pot allows me to put up essentially Hunter's Mark.
It's not suppressing features and abilities.
Okay.
It's using a spell slot that triggers the concentration
So,
check.
I am going to put up. No, I'm not going to because that would drop my
It gets too
concentration.
tricky to
Well,
rule stuff like that.
Well, if you look at Natasha's feature, that just makes the Hunter's Mark not a spell as well.
That's right.
So I would presume it would act the same.
Man, it's been a while since we started Icebound. I believe that she has a variant of Hunter's Mark as her innate ability. Yeah.
I think it's before Tasha's.
I couldn't.
it's not
That's what I was
concentration
trying to
either.
remember.
No, it is. I don't. It didn't
Hunter's Mark
used to be.
is.
I don't think so. But it says in here requires concentration in the wording that Derek wrote.
Oh, never mind.
I thought that it wasn't. I thought we had talked about that, but it does say maintain concentration. So.
But that's still not a spell. So.
Yeah, but I'm not going to drop my concentration
Oh,
on
I see.
You have
the
to
wall
roll
of
your
these.
concentration on the wall.
So I'm just going to turn towards one, and being so short, I'm going to shoot between Taishen's legs and launch 2 arrows at number 1. Oh, and I'm disadvantaged. 23 for the first hit,
Yep. Their AC is 16.
and 22 for the second hit. And that's just 2d6.
Okay.
Or 2d8.
Which ones are you targeting?
Number 1.
Okay. Oh, both of these.
Yeah, go for it.
Or your d8.
I try and collect them all.
Great. 16 points of piercing damage.
To number 1.
Yeah.
I can do math.
And that's my turn.
Very good. Scrim, you're up.
Failing to cast the spell that Scrim was trying to channel his inner magics and choking on this horrific smoke that's in the air. I would like to attempt to cast another spell again, because the spell doesn't require me to be able to see. So
At least 3, right?
I was gonna say 3.
We'll do 3.
Three's good.
Thank you, chat.
What's your plus? 4?
Yeah, so it's plus 7 total.
He's good.
That's good.
And I'm rolling with advantage again.
Okay.
17 plus 7 is 24.
Hell yeah!
Let's go.
Being caught off by surprise, the first spell kind of like sparks and fizzles in his hands. He's not holding the brutal blade. I'm not holding the brutal blade. And Scrim redoubles after getting beaten and bruised, and says, "Come on, you have to work. You gotta work." And in this moment, this dark mist begins to pour out from his hands. In fact, it might be hard to even see with the rest of the smoke that is in the air.
There's chaos in here.
And I'm going to cast Draining Mist.
Great fucking choice.
So the only one that won't be hit, I think, is number 1, because it's a 15-foot radius sphere. So I think 1 is just out of the way.
I love this spell.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
So, the mist begins to pour, and I need 9, 7, 3, 8, and 2 to make Constitution saving throws.
All right. 9, 7, 8, 3, and 2.
9, 7, 3, 8, 2. Yes.
Okay. Let's go
It's
bottom up.
My DC is 17.
2, it's a con saving throw, you said?
Yes.
Succeeds.
2 succeeds. Okay.
3, fails.
Okay.
7 fails.
Okay.
8 succeeds.
Okay.
9 fails.
So 9, 7, and 3 will take 15, 29 points of damage, necrotic damage.
7 and 3 will take 29 necrotic.
And then I heal 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 temporary hit points as this horrific dark mist pulls their life force from them and into me.
Their open wounds being what they are, they're covered in stinging welts from the bees that are surrounding them, and you pour salt into those wounds. All of a sudden, you watch as droplets seem to get pulled directly out, turning into its own kind of swarm and begin to pour towards you. They don't entirely reach you, they turn to shadow, and you feel suddenly nourished, your wounds themselves closing.
Okay, and then I don't have a bonus action that I can really do. So I say, that's the ticket. Much better. And then that's the end of my turn.
How much?
Everyone's like
25 temporary hit points.
Jesus. That's quite a bit.
It's the max that I can get from the spell.
Tai-Shen. As you do that, before you go, Tai-Shen, let me just quickly do some math here to add up the pieces here. Oh, okay. And then that's going to be... I need to have a secondary math DM over here who does this while I'm flavoring everything.
Numbers for me.
Can we get that on that, Jamie?
Do you have anyone out there that wants
these numbers?
Of
to
the
live
ones
under
that you've
the
been
DM
fighting,
desk?
3 is but a thread of mortality. He did not die.
I needed a death here. I really needed one of them.
I'm sorry, Tai-Shen, you're up.
Starting off, seeing how everyone is taking hits and all these enemies are still alive, I will punch out 2 juts of flame, but this time instead of orange, red fire, golden fire, and I will twin out Cure Wounds at Queenie and Jornir at a 3rd level.
Hell yeah.
And let's see.
It's fucking huge.
Let's see these 3. And it's well, actually, I think. Hang on, I have to roll to keep my concentration on the wall of fire because I think you hit me.
Oh yeah.
Big
Okay,
money.
cool.
It's 15.
I'll roll to count. Well, that's
So that
just
was
to hold my
concentration.
concentration
Just
on the wall
checking,
of fire.
I want to make
'Cause you
sure
hit
that
me.
the DC is 15.
All
Part of the guards. Oh yeah. No problem.
20 to for the cast. So I will roll. This is to heal both Queenie and Jornir.
Nice. Big money.
Not bad.
Yeah.
8, 13.
18?
18 points of healing.
Nice.
Big.
As the golden flames will kind
For
of
both
almost
of us?
as
Oh my
yeah,
God.
as the golden flames will kind of extend out to the 2 of you, and as it wraps around you, it almost coalesces into like these golden dragon's wings as you feel
Fuck
the
yeah.
warmth wrap around you.
Oh, thank you, Tashi.
and-
That feels
and-
nice.
Of course. Stay strong. And I will quicken another scorching ray
Okay.
at 3rd level, and once again roll to do it.
I'm gonna dread this.
You son of a bitch. Fine. It was only a natural 20. That's okay.
Oh my god.
Brutal.
Oh! Okay, well.
That was a time to
all right,
dread, let me tell you.
That was a time to dread.
Well dreaded.
A time to dread is my favorite assault.
Time to dread.
Yeah, I love that book.
I went from a natural 20
Very well
to a
dreaded,
2.
sir.
To a 2.
Yeah.
Derek, it's okay. That's it. My turn's over.
Damn.
My turn's over.
Life can be hard sometimes.
It is-
Jornir, you're up.
Jornir.
I hear Who's screaming in the distance.
Oh, that totally changes everything I was gonna do.
If he crits me again, I'm fucked.
I do a quick animal check. Any animals in the room?
Make a perception check.
It's disadvantage that you're heavily.
Oh yeah. It's just a thing.
Everything's heavily obscured. There's bees,
17?
a wall of fire.
There's a huge number of bees in the room. I don't know if you count those as animals,
No,
though.
I don't.
No.
I
They're
don't.
magical creatures.
There's summons.
Fake spirits.
How I guess I can't really see anything. So we're literally just in this column of swarming bees, and we can't see anything else.
Everything's fucked.
We're all back to back.
Is this still going?
Yeah.
Storm still going?
But they're all
It was a
disadvantaged
one-time
on
blast,
us.
which I
It's
just
not
learned.
I thought
Yeah.
it was like a permanent storm.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's difficult terrain with that.
It's a
little-
big ass spell.
Clear your stone out and have an animal.
Yeah, I can. Yeah,
Oh.
I was trying to think of a cool animal to do for that.
How about a whale?
I can't do a whale.
We're all dead. We all die instantly.
We're both falling.
To add an additional layer of flair, I know there's a lot of chaos surrounding all of you as Rich plans his turn. However, even among the cacophonous bees and the sounds of screams, your shouts to each other as allies, and the sounds of the Goliaths attacking you, saying things, shouting, you can still hear these
Massive pits. Yeah.
Just like earthquakes.
and you watching as sandy silt falls down as
Fuck
these massive
yeah.
blows strike directly above you.
there?
Yeah.
It's almost like war drums.
There's like ice chips that are falling from the ceiling.
Oh god. Oh, that's got me there again.
Yeah.
Would be cool.
You'll be reaching dodge action in 30 seconds.
I will say, because I'm beat up and we're surrounded, and I'll say, I do not wish to call on you like this, but Odin, oh father, we need your help. And mechanically, I'm throwing my Jasper stone, and you'll hear this flapping of wings. As flapping and flapping and flapping, you will see a giant raven flap in and materialize
sick.
as I start to shift and transform into another giant raven with a pair of giant ravens on the battlefield. Each one missing an eye.
Their heads
really
turn in
pretty
unison.
badass.
And with the glowing icy blue emanating as
We just dealt with ravens, Rich.
I know. I'm sorry.
Good ones.
I'm sorry.
These are the
It's
good ravens.
relevant to his backstory.
I'm saying it's really
ravens.
cool. I'm saying I'm traumatized.
It's
by the
very cool.
ravens.
Is there a large token anywhere that I can
yeah.
put? I
Hold
need
on,
2
hold
large tokens actually.
Oh.
We're on all of the trolls. Shrek is behind you. We have so many trolls behind you, Rich.
What's the other one?
Fine,
Where
so
do you
I'm
want
here as a raven.
Where'd you throw this one?
This one I would throw back here, if I can. Just like chuck it.
I have this image of the stone
yeah.
flying, and in the flame, all of a sudden, a bird emerges on the other side, predatorily.
It's gonna attack 5.
Okay. Corn. Mine.
And I will like lift off from where I am, and I'm just gonna go back at the I don't know. Is that what ravens sound like?
They like
ravens.
crow.
It depends.
They
Yeah.
like crow.
That's more crow.
Is that more crow?
That's more crow.
I can only do crow. I can't do ravens, I
The
guess.
word that's used in the Soyaf is like
I use my action, but
I think they sound like
Corn.
I am a raven. That is, I'm a raven. That's me.
raven.
11
Raven.
plus.
I thought they said nevermore.
They do that too.
Never.
You're absolutely right.
They say nevermore, but sometimes
What's
when
the
the mood is right,
It
One
is
more time.
a 16 to hit.
it's that
16
they're
is very
AC
simple.
16.
God.
That hits.
That's
Okay.
on 5.
That is on 5. It's going to rip in with its giant raven
You
talons.
picked the least injured of all of them. Fortunately, the raven.
Yeah,
he,
I mean,
you know,
I can't see. You know, it's just a. I basically I commanded it to just fucking kill.
I'm
the
just
others.
remarking at the coincidence.
You know,
it's
Derek,
remarkable.
I'm trying.
It is
you-
worth commentary.
But are you in the bees now because you're so large?
Yes.
Probably.
What? Bee? Oh, I'm definitely in the bee.
Yeah, you're
Well,
in the
100%
bees.
I am definitely
Oh,
in the bees.
God.
My raven
He's
butt
knocked out
cheeks.
immediately.
My raven butt cheeks are being stung to death.
60 bees grab all your feathers and just
Take
defeather you
25
instantly.
points of piercing damage upon getting large.
Oh, okay. 25 points. Of...
Yeah.
I can't believe I left in humanoid arms. That's fucked up.
Oh, that was the wrong thing.
Yeah, they're not even stinging you. They're just.
It's supposed to be literally like a wall of light.
Bees, they're yoked.
It's
like that scene in
Oh,
Doctor
it actually is
Strange.
double attack. Look at that.
Did
so
you
it's
take?
going to do
Did you take the 25 damage?
I did.
Okay. Good.
10.
God.
So the talons are going to do 13 points of damage. And the beak is going to attack, and that hits as well. That's going to do 6 points of piercing damage.
Jeepers.
6
and you
points
need
of piercing damage to number 5.
Yeah.
You need to make a dexterity saving throw or be
Actually-
grappled by the bees.
Could I fly and like hover above my friends, knowing
It goes
this-
all the way to the wall.
No, but if I'm on top of everyone,
yeah.
mechanically, could I think to be like leap into the air so that not like I'm being clipped by bees?
You would
and
know
then
enough
yeah.
about your abilities
Okay.
to do that, and you would be 10 feet up.
Yes, let's fucking go.
It's extremely reasonable.
That's cool.
So
I think that's very reasonable.
What a benevolent DM.
I think that's much better than you taking 25
You wouldn't put
damage
yourself into
and
a
then-
wall of bees if you could
I
help
don't
it.
think so. And like, oh, I'm like a giant raven. I'm getting clipped by bees. But I'm like part of it.
They're punching you.
Just use the bucket trip to get up the
Giant
wall.
muscle.
Just speedrun this bitch. Let's speedrun this
You
bitch.
voted on King Hippo. I voted on Mighty Tyson.
Mr. Dream.
No, Derek said Mighty Tyson accidentally earlier.
That's
I did?
I've been waiting to say that.
Yeah. Mighty Tyson.
Mighty Tyson.
Instead of what? Mike Tyson?
No, I forget what you were
it was
saying.
like-
I don't think I said Mighty
No,
Tyson.
you did say Mighty
Why?
Tyson.
I can't remember why.
I thought
it
of
was
that,
Mighty
like,
Tyson.
It was like
Mighty
when
I don't-
Reno was getting.
In what
said Mighty
context?
I don't have a horse in this race.
Chat!
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, Titan. Mighty Titan.
We both turned into Mighty Tyson.
Yeah. You had like Mighty
Oh.
Titans, and you said Mighty Tyson.
Everyone's got a plan until you punch him in the face. All right.
Okay.
Chopping up.
Done.
The monsters will relentlessly, fearlessly continue to
They
attempt
will,
to kill
and
you.
2, 3, 8, and 7 will take 7 points of piercing damage from the bees as they are grappled.
Okay, 2,
8,
3.
3, and 7.
Okay, 3 dies. 8.
Damn it.
And
You have
7.
to kill him.
Yeah, I gotta get the killing blow. I was so close, and which just wasn't enough.
That's gonna be
I rolled
this,
3 points off
and
max
that's gonna
damage. It was like I couldn't
be
do any more.
this. Okay. They are becoming accustomed to the bees now. They're no longer flying around. You can watch as these bees are crawling on top of them, stinging them, falling off in order to, only to be magically replaced by more bees, and yet they are ignoring them and continuing to swing inwards. 1 and 9 are going to make javelin attacks against first Taishen at disadvantage because of the heavy obscurity. That's going to miss, and then Ravenear. Ravenier's okay. Again, that is going to be a 15 to hit,
Oh, hold on.
Robnir.
That hits.
and so that's going to be
You healed back the 25
16
points,
points
right?
of piercing damage as the javelin goes straight through your bird form and sticks into the timber ceiling above you. Then we're going to get at disadvantage 2 attacks on Taishen. That's going to be a natural 1.
Oh yeah.
That's going to be a 21 to hit.
That's very cool.
21 minutes.
That's
Yeah,
going to be 13 points of bludgeoning damage as a warhammer through a wall of bees slams into you like a sledgehammer. We're going to do 2 at disadvantage against Queenie. Miss. That's going to be 2 at disadvantage against Scrim. That's going to be 15
Miss.
and a something. That's 20.
Yeah,
21.
I'll allow it.
You will allow it for 15 points of bludgeoning damage as also a mace flies in, smashes into you. You can feel cartilage crush under the weight of this blow, and they are still swinging. I'll very quickly do the javelins that are flying through. That's going to miss. Number 5 is going to take a large battle axe and attempt to stop the raven from attacking him. He's going to... Oh, these aren't at disadvantage, so those are just 2 attacks, and that's a 4 and a 3, so that's done. 4 is going to javelin in towards Queenie, that also misses, and 10 is going to javelin towards Taishen. That is going to be a 17 to hit.
No.
Well, there it is, and that is the monster's turn. How are we feeling, everybody? Should we top the round here, or should we Barnabas over here?
No, we gotta go to Barnabas.
Let's Barnabas.
Yeah.
I think that Raven takes firewall.
Oh, because it's
Because
close.
it's within 10
Within
feet.
10 feet, yeah.
The flames.
That's like unavoidable.
yeah.
Roll it up.
Yeah, roll it up.
Let me just see.
You gotta roll it up.
I'm gonna roll it out.
You have to make a Raven save.
Oh, how do I make my Raven
Well,
save?
hang on.
What is a Raven
Dex
save?
17.
Define that.
On the wall save.
Well, his plus to Raven saves is 42, so.
Yeah, it's Dex 17.
That's Dex 17.
I think your wall of fire is very similar to my wall of humanoid arms.
I think I pass.
It's
He
looking
has
good.
to make a Dex 17.
Roll very low.
Okay.
They'll take half.
What are we doing?
I'll take
You
it.
just do
My
it.
Raven's taking fire damage
Oh yeah.
because it can't fit.
Oofta. So much for rolling low there, buddy. Which team are you on?
Okay.
He's like,
This is
nah,
really
nah, nah, nah.
Oh, so he's Australian.
Oh,
30 points of fire damage.
Okay, so
half.
15.
Vigilante.
Yeah,
I'm gonna run the
yeah,
rest
15,
of the
15.
back listen. Oh,
I
Nar.
Nar.
You are
Oh, you-
released
well,
from
hang
the
on,
bear
you-
hug,
you-
and the surprisingly nimble for his strength, Karavak jumps backwards. You can see where you've pummeled him, where you've gone in with your claws. Those wounds are bleeding, but this guy is relentless.
I rolled natural 20 for the first attack.
Oh, okay. Let's
Gotta
fucking
give it
go.
up. Gotta give it up. Critical, don't forget.
Critical, yep. 18
Shit.
18.
is the yeah 18. Is that it?
That hits. 18 is the AC.
2 attacks.
And then a 21. So that is I'm gonna roll all the damage. And then that. And then,
Well, do crits push him back?
no. 10.
Probably should.
12. That's the first one. 12. Oh man, I rolled terribly. 12, 18. But 18. Actually, I'll add the damage. 18 plus 24 is 42. 42 points of damage. I rolled very terribly. And then because of that, I can use a bonus action to make another attack because I crit.
Yeah. I mean, couldn't you technically just string these along forever?
It's my bonus
It's
action.
limited by bonus action.
Oh,
It's not like
that's a
Oh,
limiter.
and
That's smart.
then-
That's good
Yeah,
game
yeah, actually,
design.
That'll hit.
Okay.
And then that is going to be. I'll just,
Well, if only he were a crow, he could have been called Croa.
that's very fine.
If he was from the same island as Toa.
Oh.
16
Crow.
points of slashing damage.
No.
As I
Noah.
am. I'm feeling it. I am bloodied. Like, if he crits me one more time, I am down. And so I am like not even speaking, I'm just looking at him, and I am just filled with anger as I'm just.
You are lashing out and taking chunks out of him. You know that he's hurting too. He's bleeding. There's a flap coming down from the top of his head, of his own forehead, and it seems to be going into his eye and making almost a tear. But even despite these gory details, he is a man of will, and he seems to be completely ignoring the pain and going in with full strength after full strength after full strength. He looks at you and he looks up at the sky. Oh! He roars like this, and he punches his wounds. He punches his wounds. He punches his wounds, and he seems to punch the blood from stop bleeding. And you mechanically understand that he is healing himself with a bonus action, a once per day feature that I've given this particular creature.
Oh no.
Oh no!
He looks invigorated by this, but it uses his bonus action to do this, so he won't be able to benefit from all of his attacks. He instead goes in for a sweeping leg kick. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Can I add? I'm gonna add 5 to this. I'm adding 5. That's. Oops. I'll say, my blow's not enough for you. You gotta hit yourself. Dexterity saving throw. That is going to be a 16 plus 5 is a 21.
A 21?
Yep.
1 moment.
Man.
Ooh, I think you might have got him. Yes. You succeed. You are able to, despite the dizziness in your head, the pain and bruising around your body, you are able to step back, and just underneath one of your legs, you feel the sand hit the bottom of your bare foot. And it's your turn to go. Karavac reassumes his position, ready to grapple or attack. You're not sure which.
Hit. Natural 20.
Oh, let's go. Timely. Oh, wow.
I don't think that hits.
Oh, no. Well,
14.
Nope.
to
18.
be fair, you've been killing it, man.
But I'm going to use my bonus action to make another hit on him, just because, you know, I got a crit. Okay, that'll hit. So that's still 3.
Nice.
I'm going to roll the brutal
darn
critical
crit.
first. Could be, that's a lot better than the first one. So that is 9. That is 15, and then 15, 25, 37, 61 points
Damn.
of slashing damage
Damn. Okay.
with 3 hits.
Huge.
He despite his roar, for the first time you're starting to hear and he races around you again, using surprising speed. He flips to the other side and endeavors to push into you. He rams into your waist and tries to push. Go ahead and make a strength or athletics check.
You're faster than you look. I'll give you that. Come on. Oh. 22.
24. Wow. He pushes you back the 15 feet using this for part of his replace multi attack, and you take you feel the same piercing sound crunch into your back, taking 17 points of piercing damage. As he pushes into you, he makes 2 more attacks.
How many attacks did you do last round?
4. 3 with my crab, and then the bonus action.
Oh, this was at
So you're
advantage, so 24 to hit, and with his 2 other attacks, and 25 to hit. He's going to...
When do we
I
erupt
have
out of the
26
ground
hit
and fucking
points.
kill this guy with Barnabas?
Well, we're a little preoccupied.
Also,
if we do manage to get out, he's going to be 400 feet tall, and then he'll stomp on us.
Yeah, he's only got
26
2
hit points
KH.
left.
There's only one person in this campaign I want stomping on me.
Same.
I should have used
Alright.
I should use 5 twists. That's my bad.
And it is Secundus.
Puts on my manure stomping boots.
Yeah, we should be burning all the twists.
Yeah, that's my bad.
remember the number 24 for me. I'm having trouble doing math.
24. Jack Bauer.
And 19. One moment.
You're taking half damage from all this, right? 43.
43 points of damage as he once again uses that same effective elbow maneuver as he crunches in and crunches in. You can hear the gasps from the crowd, the cheers. You can hear the sounds of the ogres. They are yelling. You're not sure what the sound is, but you're looking into the stands and you're not seeing your friends in these moments of pain. You're not seeing them, but instead, blinded by rage, the seawater refreshes you, and you pick back up, endeavoring to survive this terrible ordeal. Your turn.
My turn? Oh, shit. Okay, I don't take him out now. That's it.
I think we need to twist every single one of these attack rolls.
You think so?
Yeah, he's only missed once.
Yeah,
We could
he's
twist
only
it.
missed once out of like 24 attacks or something insane. But yeah, I mean, if we, I'm not
Every
saying
single
don't
one
twist
needs
them.
to hit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Can you just damage? Like, can you just push it?
I mean, if we have enough, we're going to put out 15.
We have a ton, right? Or maybe we can do a few on each. You know
Let's
what I
do
mean?
3 on each.
3 on each?
I'm very
15
Yeah.
seems like a
Yeah, let's do
lot.
9. Let's do 9.
Do 9.
Thank you.
Huge.
That'll hit.
There we go. 3 on each.
20. That'll hit. I need a crit. No crits. But I got 3.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
All hit.
Well, if you kill him, you get an extra bonus action.
That's true. I actually do.
I'm gonna write his HP down right here on this card.
Oh,
Kinda go ant on the ground.
God, I'm so nervous.
Oh, could be worse. Could be worse.
Okay.
Could be worse. 12 plus 12 is 24. 48 points of slashing damage.
How do you want to do this?
Oh, let's fucking go.
That's close. That's a race to the bottom.
I will be impaled, and I'll be looking around, and I will see that there's this Goliath in front of me, and I think about all of the Goliaths that I've known. Think about my history, my past, and the meals that I've shared, the hunting that I've done, the dancing that I've done, these memories that have come back since the Mind Flayers unlocked that captain's chest in my memory. You don't deserve to be chief of anyone for my lady. And I am just going to basically try to give him the snip all the way up. And then with that, while he is doubled over, I will attempt to, for my first attack, and double over, grab him around the head, and give him the snip around his head.
You run your claw up his chest, creating a huge gash opening like this, and he looks down dumbly as he starts to see his own attention, and it's just enough of the distraction that you need in order to wrap both of your claw hands around his neck and pop. Like a Pez dispenser, his head flies, a massive head, a 1,000-pound head off of a 30-feet Titan will land like a boulder, crashing into the sand, blood spilling out in all directions, immediately soaking the ground and floor, the hard pack, and it rolls until finally coming to a stop with just a dumb look out into the crowd. You hear the sound of both cheers and silence as the Goliath Stormfist Legion immediately shuts the fuck up.
Yeah. You would have gotten him earlier. I know.
The body hits the ground, and the head start to slowly shrink back to their original size as the boon very slowly begins to drain out of them like water from a balloon. Top of the round, let's get back into the action.
Meanwhile, we're in a room that's literally on fire.
Killing football hooligans.
They fucking deserve it.
Oi!
Oi!
I am once again just
born 30 miles from you!
I'm just gonna shoot through Taishan's legs again at number 1. 26 for the first hit. Natural 20.
Boom!
It becomes a 15. What's their AC?
16.
Okay.
So
one
and
hits.
who are you attacking?
Number 1.
Okay.
Number 8.
Oh, no.
10 points of damage.
10 points of damage. You make your attack, and you continue to, I think, maintain concentration on the bees walls. You've been doing this the whole time? I'd forgotten if it was concentration. I just
Yeah,
wanted
it's
to check
concentration.
in.
I rolled for all of them, but I didn't get hit last round, so.
Very good. End of your turn. Scrim.
I have no more spells. I will, in one quick motion, loose the brutal blade in a swirl of smoke. It will pop into my hand, and I will make 2 attacks at number 7, but at disadvantage.
Very good.
I passed my turn.
Taishan.
Where are you?
We're fucked. We might all die.
Seeing that the walls of bees is still up, and that's heavily obscuring us, and the only thing the wall of fire is currently doing is burning Jornir. I will drop concentration on the wall of fire, dispersing it. I will once again twin spell
Let's fucking go.
I will twin spell and say to Scrim and Queenie, accept the gift of the dragon! And cast Dragon's Breath.
I will!
At a 4th level, which will give you the ability to breathe dragon fire, which, as a... I have to then concentrate on that. Oh, let me do this thing first. Please.
Yeah.
Give me 2 points, just in
pull
case.
2
This
twists
is
out.
really pretty bad.
I got you, fam.
Mace, you're leveling up. This is badass.
Or no.
Keep me in suspense here.
What would you say? Is that a 9 or a 6?
Let me
I actually don't
tell
know.
you.
Check the opposite
Which
side of
one
the
is
die.
it?
The opposite side is a 12?
No, it'll be
Yeah,
somewhere.
That doesn't add up. It should add up to
Which one
21.
is it?
It's a 9. It's a 9.
It's a 9.
It's a 9.
Yeah, 9 plus 12.
So
Yes.
the base is right here, and the point is the top.
Okay.
So
That's
you,
better.
so
We
you
said
can see
take a
on the
2?
14.
Okay.
We're good.
It's all good. That's like a 17.
You're good.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, I can cast the spell. And let me make sure I have the sorcery points for this so I don't cheat.
Nose said exactly what I was thinking. He feeds him the spicy curry from Super Smash Brothers Brawl. The JPEG that drops of the plate of
it's
Japanese
like,
curry.
It's like 20 pixels.
Yeah, they drink the fire blossom tea.
That's what it is.
And twin spelling out, you both gain the breath of dragon fire at a 4th level.
That's
which means that
ridiculous.
you can
Yeah, what's the is it a dex save on there?
attach one willing it's fire breath. A 15-foot cone. Each creature in that area has to make a dex saving throw, taking 3d6 on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. When you cast it as a spell 3rd level or higher, the damage increases by 1d6 for each slot, so it would be 5d6. 5d6 in a cone.
What is the dex? How is the dex check determined? Is it based on our spellcast DC or
Would
his?
guess it's mine.
Yours.
Yeah, it should be a dex 17.
Beautiful.
And that is my turn.
It should be the same either way. But... Well done.
Thank you, and that's an action.
Jornir.
That is an action. Yeah, so it's a bonus action for me to cast it. It's an action for you to use it. I think. This always confused me, but...
We'll do another d20. That's not. We'll do beak talons. Beak talons both hit for me. Beak talons again for all other. They all hit. So the
Beak, talons, heels, nails, heels.
beak talons something.
Feathers.
5, 4, 3, you the one. bitch.
Beak, talon, feathers, caw.
We'll roll both beaks.
I can say caw.
I don't know.
5, 6, 12 points of piercing damage for the beaks.
This is all 5.
Oh, sorry. That was for 5. Yep.
Yep.
And then I'm swooping down to attack 7, who's like right next to me, and sort of on the border of the wall.
Okay.
And then 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 points of damage to number 7.
Killing him instantly.
Damn.
What was the other one that I killed?
3.
Thank you.
That's my turn.
They are all gonna go in. Very quickly. Let's
2 and 8 are gonna take 11 points.
I promise
of
you
damage.
kill 8, and thank you for letting me know regarding number 2. Okay.
So 8's dead?
Yep.
Okay.
Uh,
Can you move 8 off
can
of the
you
boy,
pull
Rich?
8 off? Yep.
Alright, thanks.
Wow. Okay. Let's go with ranged attack against Jornir at disadvantage. That surprisingly hits. That's going to be 13 points of piercing damage. A ranged attack against Taishan at disadvantage.
You will see it hit me as I flash with blue light and I fall to the ground.
Oof.
10
Don't crash me,
feet,
don't crash me, don't crash me, don't crash me!
if that matters. 5 or 10 feet. However you want to rule it.
Oh, did 5 die? The one that Jornir was?
No, 5 is
Okay.
still alive. Taishan 19 to hit.
I will cast Shield, and an explosion of flame that once again is golden and coalesces in kind of like an enveloping dual wings of a dragon come around me. You'll see the my AC mechanically will increase to 23.
Nice.
The javelin that
Very
would
cool.
hit you, this burst of sudden kinetic fire just barely misses, and hot iron barely sinks into you as you dodge. Then that's going to be a disadvantaged attack on Queenie, disadvantaged attack on Taishen, and disadvantaged attack on Scrim. 15?
No. Not even close, baby.
Disadvantage on Queenie. Man, disadvantage sucks. And
This is a giant raven.
A natural 1 and a 20. That's hilarious. Number 5 is going to take 2 multi-attack against the Raven. That's going to be a bajillion to hit, and that's going to be... Oh, yes, they both hit. So that's going to be 12 points of bludgeoning damage, and then 13 bludgeoning damage as he's just smashing into this thing like with mace like a baseball bat. And that's the conclusion of the monster's turn. Holy fuck.
How much damage did it take?
12 and then for the first attack and then 13 for the next one, wasn't it?
My raven took damage too, right?
That's
Yeah,
damage
all of that was the Raven.
It
12 and the
explodes
13 to
into not blood and viscera, into a flurry of snow.
We just drawn it.
But not before turning into some sort of a ray gun.
What the? Oh, I love him.
Maybe it can be.
He's very Wallace and Gromit.
Is your fire
Donkey on
breath
country, Nicky.
considered if I use it, it's a spell, or is it because you already cast the spell?
I think
No, now that you
Yes,
have
the
it as an
spell.
ability, I will not make a concentration check to use that. Queenie, you're up.
It's god tier.
I'm gonna turn towards number
Super good.
2, and I'm gonna let loose the fire of hells.
And that's just a
dragon
bonus
hells.
action.
You do so. Number 2.
I think it's
Does he have to make a
It's
dexterity?
Dexterity,
maybe it is an
17.
Okay.
12.
It's
Doing-
5d6.
Oh, it's
Oh, so you
5d6.
I think you just fry them all.
6, 11, 14 points of fire damage.
Okay, that kills number 2. Go ahead. Take him off the playing field.
And I have 2 attacks per action. Does that count as only 1 attack?
Wait, is
fire
using
breath?
the fire in action or read the spell?
Oh, yeah,
No,
it's
man,
probably
a-
not an
it's
attack.
A bonus action.
The spell's a bonus action, but I think you might be right that I know that one's a bonus action and one's an action.
Okay.
So the spell is a creature. The creature can use an action
Yes.
to exhale energy of the chosen
Okay.
type in a 15-foot cone. So it's an action for them to use.
Sorry, I led you astray.
That's okay. That's my turn.
Scrimblow.
If I attempt, don't call me Scribble, that's awful. If I attempt to walk through the bees, will I be grappled?
If you fail your dex saving throw.
It's just a straight up dex saving throw. It's not like athletics or acrobatics.
No, but you will
feel
immediately
that.
take 66 piercing damage.
60. I can withstand that. My problem is my dex saving throw is not very good.
Jesus.
It's against DC 17.
Yeah, that's a problem. I mean, if I can squeeze around Jornir, I can blast number 9, but that's about
You can
it.
blast through his legs. That's what
I would say
15
also
foot cone.
you can't end your
Oh.
turn in another creature space, right?
I think
But
just
like
pass
we
through it.
you could difficult terrain, get underneath Jornir's crotch area,
Yeah.
do a little
Grundle.
fire blow, and then back out.
All right, I'm just gonna hit 9. Dex 17 on 9.
You probably hit both of these.
It's a cone. It takes time to flare out, right?
16, amazing. They have
It's
terrible
gonna be
decks.
5D,
This is a fantastic
5d6?
5d6.
5d6.
Okay, not great. That's 12 plus 5,
Not bad,
17,
not
19
bad.
total points of fire damage, and then I'll basically slip back to where my
To
spot
to
is.
number
so I don't
9?
get eviscerated. Yeah, to number 9.
Thank you.
That's my turn.
Hi, Chad.
I will. How's if I tell you like a quick landscape of enemies here if I can. I mean, I guess just these guys are
They're
close.
all
Like,
like heavily obscure.
I guess.
Yeah, everyone's heavily obscure.
Alright,
Just
I
randomly fire. Just
Yeah, I just randomly fire.
Everyone's looking pretty rough, is what I will say.
Okay.
There are no wrong
Take a ton of
answers.
damage, right?
Yeah.
There are no wrong answers.
Dishing it up.
Alright. I will cast Scorching Ray at a 3rd level. And once again, flare out with these balls of fire erupting from my moves as I move fluidly and kind of like spin my legs in almost an axe motion as these like cartwheels of flame will lick off and well, if I pass, yeah, if I do the concentration. Okay, that's gonna work. 16. Okay, now all that happens. And I will roll for each one at a 3rd level. It is, I believe, 4 hits.
Sounds about right.
Yep, 4 hits. So I'll do 2 on 9, 2 on 1. And it's disadvantage. Is that what we said?
Yeah, they're really obscure. You're making a raised attack, which you are.
I am absolutely
You're good, bro.
So the first one will hit 9.
Golden.
Second one will hit 9.
You're rolling like hot fire. Keep it up. Oh, come on!
Third one will hit 1.
Can you do it? All 4 at disadvantage? No.
That counts.
It was still rolling.
That counts.
If
you bang the table,
that counts. That counts.
But only if you want. That's all right.
Intimidate the dice.
It just intimidate the
2
dice.
natural 20s after. I was like, fuck!
What is that? Not Yahtzee. What's the?
I was gonna say trouble.
Trouble.
You know, like your double hollow.
Yeah, please, by all means, they're yours.
That's still pretty insane. 3 of 4 there.
So it'd be 2 for each. So this will be on 9.
Pretty good.
7, 8,
Good.
13 plus 5 is 18 on number 9.
18 on number 9 is gone. He's dead. You killed him. You've murdered a man, Taishen.
Get fucked.
I'm gonna look at spells. I don't know what I can do.
And the number 1 will take 11 points of fire damage.
Also killing him terribly.
Which one?
These
Number
almost
1?
like sickles of
Yeah, number
flame
1 and
roll
number...
out and just bake them. Just fucking cut them in half. I mean,
Which one's the one you just killed? 9, yeah.
9 and 1?
9 and 1?
Alright. See you now.
Jornir. Your turn.
Booey.
Are you Yorn to be wild?
That was cute.
It's okay.
I like
So-
that one a lot.
Like realistically, I don't have any clue what's going on over here. How long do these bees last?
10 minutes, or yeah, I think it's 10 minutes until I drop them. I would have been dead by now if it hadn't been for the bees.
No, I mean they're good bees.
Good bees this.
What can I say? They're very good bees.
You just push through the bees.
That's what I was gonna do.
They do like a fuck ton of damage.
They do
though,
like 8 million damage. But if I do freedom of movement, do I become immune?
Can you
To,
just turn
to
into a
the
bee?
probably to the grapple, but not to the
Did you
damage.
teleport?
Turn into a bee and then just be like, bees don't sting me. I'm a bee.
I can't teleport. That's an Eladrin thing. I am going to. You will. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to. I'm holding my staff, but I'm gonna do this, and a snow will start to flurry in my hand, and they will turn into a snowball, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna chuck a snowball, and fucking just blind lane, see if I hit one of these guys.
Oh my god!
That's pretty damn good.
That definitely hits!
Yeah, that definitely hits.
Yeah, that hits.
That's fucking amazing.
I chuck a snowball at this guy and
Which
cast
guy?
hail.
Yeah, I love hail.
I don't know. You
You
pick.
can make it random, yeah. I mean, it's just like, you know, he's just like... it's
I'll
just
roll a
simple.
d4.
Yeah,
I'll roll a
get a camera update
d4.
on one of those.
You hit 4.
Hit 4. It does 1d8 bludgeoning damage. It needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Yep. Fucking 20 plus.
It passes. So I do 6 damage.
You do great. What the fuck? And then he gets hit by a snowball.
That's it.
Weird. I can definitely math. Okay. They're going to. There's no longer a wall of fire. They're staring at a tornado of bees. And
I'm sorry, they're actually wriggling human arms.
We are now fishing a barrel.
they're
for
just
them.
small arms that look like bees.
Yeah, exactly right.
And they've still got a shitload of javelins behind them, and out of frustration, they're just assuming that you were inside of this massive thing. They're just going to start chucking.
The wall
Jornir,
behind us is like a porcupine of spear ends, like just sticking into a wall.
It's like Hero.
Yeah.
Movie.
Scrim, 17 to hit.
Son of a gun, you made it.
I got you?
You got me.
Really?
17's my armor.
Oh, very nice.
And I can't catch
That's a
shield.
nice AC.
That's going to be 15 points of piercing damage to you.
Jesus.
That's going to be...
Wait. Is this a new round?
Well, no, it's the end of the round.
Yeah,
Oh.
you had your turn and then this, but like we've done 2 of these since
But when
I
they
cast
came
shield.
back here.
I cast shield the last time.
when they attacked,
right?
so you haven't gotten your reaction back yet.
Oh, I haven't gotten it back yet?
No, because they went.
They
Right?
went, and then that's the end of the round.
We
right?
went,
The round's
and
over.
then
but
he
you don't get your
came-
reaction until you go again.
But he did.
So
I think he would have had
He
his
did.
reaction back.
He has his
He had a whole
reaction
turn
back.
again.
Because
he went.
They would have
They
gone.
went and then he
I
cast
went,
shield, and then
Scrim
we did
went,
all of
he
this, and now we're
went.
back again.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's Mon. I thought it was Scrim's turn. I don't know.
No,
why I
I'm
thought it was
getting
Scrim's.
pummeled.
You're fine.
Yes, sorry.
I just
I'm-
became
You have
a
your
god with
reaction.
shish
I say
kebab.
something like bathe in the golden dragon fire, and
that do?
the golden flames will encircle Scrim.
What do you mean?
And he will enjoy a improvement on AC of +4.
It's enough. That is enough. I take back my 15 damage. That's mine! My hit points! Get back in there!
Hell yeah.
A dirty 20 to hit you.
Oh, that misses. My
That's
AC
tough.
is 47.
Life can be really hard sometimes. 13 points of piercing damage to you as another javelin flies in, hitting you, and then falling to the ground around you. That's the conclusion of their turn. Queenie, top of the round, you're up.
I am going to look towards 4, and I'm gonna fire an arrow at 4. That's gonna be 29 to hit.
You hit. Putting the range in ranger.
8 points of damage to number 4,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna attempt to hit him again,
Okay.
and I miss.
Okay. Scrimbo. Sorry, I meant.
No, it's fine. I was just I don't care. You can call me Scrimbo, Scrimblow.
Scrim
Okay, it's your turn, Scrimmalima Ding Dong.
That's a good one too. Two. I'm gonna attempt to just make Eldritch Blast attacks at disadvantage, I guess.
Okay.
And you can also randomly choose the target if I manage to hit. Son of a gun. Wait.
Disadvantage is
We
just
could
so
have
brutal.
twisted these.
16.
No. 16 hits.
Yeah, that's good.
Who are you
So-
fighting at?
I fire in this direction, so if you want to randomly say who it hits, that's fine.
You hit number 5.
No good. 1d10. 2. Plus 5. Nope, just 2. 2 points of damage!
He has 3 health.
Wow.
Oh
This
my
is
god.
fucking brutal.
Taishen.
You got me.
You won't keep us from our friend any longer. It's time to end this. And one more time, I will lob out a massive blast of flame as it strikes centrally. The wall of fire will once again
Cut 'em off.
straight across, directly
Okay.
in front of them at now a 5th level,
Roast them.
dealing fuck all.
How
like-
much damage?
wait,
What's
this
the
is
damage
crazy,
range?
right?
Give me 5.
Just
on,
a
hold
minute.
on.
Give me the damage range, like minimum, general, like average. Like what are we rolling here?
It's 68 when it begins,
Okay.
and then if they attempt to move through it, if they end their
So it's
turn
4.5
behind
times.
Okay.
it would
6.
it would be double that.
So on average, it's 27 damage.
Okay. And they have to make a dexterity saving throw, or it's half.
And he's got to pass the con check.
I gotta pass the con check first and
fine,
foremost
he's
just to be
fine.
able to.
But I do want to make
You
a
put the
point.
fire
5.
out, and you haven't even passed the con check. That's
I-
very optimistic.
I do want to make a
give me
point
5.
though.
Give me 5. I'm gonna.
I think
I'm
it's
already rolled.
I think it's really amazing that you learned how to play sorcerer after that awesome episode.
I would like to go out on record and said I have spent every sorcery point that I have.
Looks like a go.
I've activated the avatar state.
There you go.
Say you wanted to save a point.
I really can feel the power. It's obvious.
Okay, so this happens
You gotta
for
keep some
sure,
returning.
I think. They all have to roll when the wall appears.
Yeah.
Each creature
you pass?
makes a dex saving throw.
You rolled a disadvantage. We're rolling a
failed
disadvantage
save.
on this, right?
Not for like
No.
Oh,
Not for
I
the
thought
con
we've been.
thing.
Didn't
No,
you
no.
roll
Alright.
twice?
10,
I always roll a
Fails.
disadvantage to
I'm
attack
advantaged.
outward.
6
Oh,
fails, 5 fails, 4 succeeds.
4's about to get fucking cooked.
But four's the one who's gotten the least hurt of all of this. He's the only person who has any chance of surviving this, and depending on what you roll.
Oh yeah, this is good.
Is
Wait,
Is it more than
wait.
30 damage?
This is no, it's not. But it could be. Hang on. There's something I can do.
He says
Sorcery.
trying to convert back
You can
into points.
reroll a powered spell.
I can, but I have to convert a spell slot.
Yeah. Does that take
and those
There's
are
a bonus
bonus
action.
actions.
You're good.
I can use a
then you're
sorcery.
golden.
You can use your sorcery points to gain additional spell slots, or sacrifice
Yep.
spell
You
slots
can convert back and
to
forth.
gain additional.
Holy shit, he learned how to play D&D.
Okay, everybody, we're fucking.
wow.
Now makes it
Okay.
dangerous.
I sacrificed.
First you
two-
learned how to read.
Can I sacrifice
now
two
he knows
spells?
how to
You gotta
use
do
it.
it.
Okay.
Holy
Okay.
There's still enough to empower your spell.
Okay, I have to. Well, so it's one. All right, that gives me 2 sorcery points back.
Yep.
And then
Look
I'm
at
gonna
this.
immediately spend them on empowering the spell, and I'm gonna sacrifice 2 of them to re-roll the damage die. So take it back.
Mace,
D&D
I'm so
BR.
proud of you.
Yeah, well, this is.
If
I
we could
love-
just one-shot them, that'd be great.
Yeah, that
I've
would be
mastered the elements 1,000 times
Dramatically,
in 1,000 lifetimes, and I will do
pacing-wise.
it again. Better. Okay.
Wow.
9, 16, 19, 22. I almost added this. 22, 27 points of fire damage.
5d8.
How do you want to do this?
Hey, let's fucking
I
go.
wanna. I'm mad.
I'm giving you 3 HP for 4 because it's just silly. He's going to be caught in a nightmare fire.
Yeah, they're dead. They're toast.
I
Got him.
He takes 3 damage from convection.
yeah.
No. He steps on a beak.
Yeah.
And it pierces.
Ow! A
And he
leftover
falls
beat.
into the fire.
Yeah. Tai Shen is mad. We've been separated from Barnabas, our friend, who in my perspective is up fighting for his life, fighting for the freedom of all of the ogres, doing everything he can in a brutal one-on-one battle to really set the tone for what the rest of our lives are going to look like in this space. And we're being cut off by these absolute fucks. Not on my watch. And I will I'll take an absolutely deep breath, and you'll see my chest and my stomach almost like engorge. And then I will just explode out a massive blast of flame as it arches through the air, and just as it strikes the ground, it explodes. Flames just lick out all towards the enemies. Just envelop up them, and it crawls up them and just scorches them to ash.
When it lands, it swims out like a wave, and for a brief moment, the Goliaths realize the wall of fire has gotten closer. They hear your roar, and they instinctually back up, but the wall is behind them. They push into metal and stone, but they cannot escape the heat of the flames, and this wall of fire ends their screams quickly.
Holy crap!
The sound of booming of booms and crashes above you, like a war drum, has also ceased. All you can see in front of you is the surprisingly silent, flickering curtains of fire that Tai Shen has summoned. You're all hurting, breathing heavily, and you know that a good amount of time has passed. You have no idea what has been happening above or with your friend Barnabas, but you have managed to hang on to your very lives. And that's where we'll take a quick coffee break.
Oh, that was a tough fight, Derek. Well run.
You have grown familiar and accustomed to this feeling with your allies at your side. You look around and the chaos of battle is strewn all about you. And looking into each other's eyes, you can see that, like yourself, there are injuries, wounds, sweat, some teary eyes from the adrenaline of combat, but everyone seems to still be whole themselves and alive. The four of you, breathing heavily, find yourself in the quiet of this space underneath the combat arena. What do you do?
We need to get back up.
I don't hear anything. It was unbelievable amounts of noise and crashing, and now there's nothing.
We are wounded, and there may be more. They have turned on us.
They could betray Barnabas as they did us. Scrip, can you unlock the door?
Yeah, I'll try, and I'll run up to the gate that they locked. Is it a normal door? Is it a large gate? Does it have a lock?
It's a large door, and it does not seem to be locked. As soon as you pull it, it swings wide open.
I'll try. And it goes, and I swing it at the wall. It was unlocked!
Scrim, great work, let's go!
I put too much into it!
There's no time! Leave him!
Jornir steps over the
That's how I die!
struggling body of
I
Scrim.
roll over and puke a little.
This is the big one! This is it!
I can't jump!
The four of you race back, retracing your steps up a few flight of stairs, left, right, and then eventually you find yourself walking through the archway of the door that leads into the tunnel towards the gate. You race up to the gate, and you can see through the crossed beams of this massive portal that the scene that lies before you. Barnabas, you have begun to diminish. As immediately after the combat, which only took a few minutes, really, the boon, the Colossus's embrace, has begun to fade, just as it did much more quickly for your defeated foe. And what are you doing when they finally are able to peer through the beams and stare out into the arena?
I will have pulled myself off the spike before I strike.
As you swing, you just like slowly split in two.
There's too much blood. There's too much blood. You can't get off of it.
Your hands are wet and slick.
So fucked up. That's the worst way to go. What happens if I shrink? I die.
Holy shit.
Oh god, just
yeah.
cut you clean in half.
You're able to get away from the
pull myself
spikes
off.
towards the center of the arena.
And I look for the Princess of Wrath, if I can see her on her terrace.
You can see and hear her. She is standing at the front of the balcony of the space that is her viewing box, and she is clapping.
I will look at her as my hand will turn back to normal as my rage drops and my transformation drops, and I'll look up at her and says, "It's done then. We have our freedom and the freedom of the ogres.
Spread the word. Korovak died. Barnabas and his companions are under the protection of the princess. Tomorrow evening, they will be initiated, and Argentholme, our home, will be the same home as theirs, a new tribe of Drakkar."
Does the crowd react?
The Goliaths are not cheering. They're not clapping. They are looking down at their defeated chief, and there's quite a bit of whispering commotion going on as they are looking back and forth, trying to gauge what comes next for the Stormfist Legion. The princess turns and with a few gestures, you can't hear the words, but you imagine what she is saying as she's spreading the word. Flight, a winged flight from the kobolds at her side immediately take off, and they start flying up through the holes in the ceiling of this domed hippodrome and out into the city, presumably to share the news.
And I'll look around for my friends.
You look, and it's at this point that one of them has engaged the gate, and you can see the same gate that you had come through is lifting up, and you can see very plainly the four of your friends have not just been watching from that tunnel through that portal.
No, we're covered in blood. Blood and honey.
Blood and honey. Sponsored by the horror film Blood and Honey.
Oh my god! We have to name this episode "Icebound, Blood and Honey."
That's really fucking good.
Yeah.
I'll look, and I'm horribly wounded. I am dinged up, gashes, completely crushed. As I will look, and I will say, "What did you do to them?"
The princess leans over the balcony and looks. She takes one step and another and stands right there on the edge of the railing before jumping what should be a 50-foot drop from her vantage point. Before she even drops 5, however, she warps and twists, and in a shimmering shower of ice, she assumes her dragon form, glides down to the battle arena, and again drops the form just in time to land into the arena onto the hardpack, and races forward. She yells out, "Jornir!" And she turns, and you look, and in the crowd, you can see a younger Goliath, but very, very evidently the brother, or at least some relation, to Korvac. And he is racing forward. "Yes, my princess." She just points and gestures towards the four of you.
We were betrayed.
Your brother? Yes, as you say, princess, as you say. She jumps, and again in the same twisting motion, she ascends the 50 feet at an angle and immediately reaches him at the bottom of the tiered stairs. And you watch as her huge white dragon talon wraps around him before shrinking back into its human hand and pulling him up. This is very evidently a relation, a sibling of Korvac. He is similarly well built, and even in her human form, he is holding against her. She is completely still, and it was deception. He dishonored himself. It was not the Legion. We knew none. And he starts to turn blue right around here. Let us hope that you show more wisdom than your brother. You are the new chief of the Stormfist Legion, and I would hate to see you end up like him. And she drops him. They are under my protection. Hear that? They are under my protection. The Princess of Wrath's word is law. You have earned, and she turns to the 5 of you, your place. You've earned the guardianship of the ogres. And you've earned a home. Welcome.
I'll nod deeply.
Were you strong enough? After all that, after what you did to our captain, after what you made me do to him, are you not entertained?
Korvac was one of the better fighters I'd seen in centuries. I would say that you are strong enough to join me.
With our own banner, our own land, our own place at your side. What about those ogres who would wish to leave? Who would wish to have their own freedom, find their own fate, their own fortune, their own destiny outside of Argentholme?
It isn't safe. Drakkar is under a terrible threat. Perhaps we can talk more of freedom when we are no longer at war. And talk more. I would hear of your journey here. I am sure we have much to discuss.
We do.
Rest. My ivory clutch will be back shortly to show you to your new homes so that you can heal and prepare for your naming ceremony. I will think of a good name.
You do that. And best consider the freedom, war or not, before you ask us to kneel. Princess.
I need you all to make a perception check.
Ooh.
I definitely failed, but I will look.
That was a 1.
Oof.
22.
24.
9.
In pros.
It's wisdom. Come on.
Whiz
Yeah, I know,
bros.
but like, yeah, we're in.
We still got the.
Ah.
All right. I'll allow it.
A 14?
14 as well.
14.
Not bad.
24.
Jornir.
9.
You are all focused on the princess. Taishen and Scrim, as you are looking in the periphery, your upper periphery, you get a moment where you look up and you see the flicker of a shadow. A white kobold, perhaps passing through the rafters. There's no more movement, but you're momentarily distracted. And when your eyes are back down, the Princess of Wrath has turned and has started to make her way up the stairs towards one of the exits. I'm going to finish my sleep. Thank you for the entertaining evening. I look forward to our assembly tomorrow. Most of the city will be there. Don't miss it. And she walks, eventually fading, not fading, but out of view from your vantage point. Presumably to go outside and transform to a place where she would be able to return to the Biting Bastion, the castle, the keep.
Oh my God, Barnabas, I'm so glad to see you. You look like hell.
Speak for yourself. You look terrible.
Yeah, well, we got jumped. 10 of them. Those bastards, they lured us into a room and they jumped us.
Well, I killed their chief.
Yes, you did.
We received the same hospitality then.
Well done.
It was close. I was overconfident. Queen's right. He was a lot stronger than I thought. A lot stronger than he looked! Maybe I'm just getting older.
Does she have any, like, assistants or, like, you know, vassals or servants or anything running around that I could turn to be like, Where are we staying?
You can see that from the reception box. From the reception area, there are white kobolds without wings who have made their way down and around the stairs. And then eventually you can see them open up another gate on one of the other cardinal directions of this arena that you find yourself standing in. The Goliaths are following Vornar's orders, and they are clearing out from the arena, effectively leaving you with a handful of these white kobolds, and they run up to you. We are to show you the district that you can make your home.
Yes.
It is empty now. Many of our brothers and sisters, they are stationed at where we found the ogres.
Please, lead the way. We could certainly clean up.
It is on the other side of the city, directly south, between the Deep Delve and the Cursed Glade.
Then we must gather the rest of our kin.
Aye. Word is spreading. These ogres and the others that are spread across the city, I understand, are already starting to also be guided by frosthammers like us.
This is good news. Let us not delay. We are wounded and tired.
I'd like to. Is Vornar does he come down?
Vornar, once released, turned to establish his new authority with the Goliaths. The body has been left unceremoniously in the center of the arena, and the crowd of Goliaths has effectively cleared out. You do not see Vornar.
The Cursed Glade. That's the one the soup pervert told me about.
Nimrodel.
Oh, of course, Nimrodel.
Yes. Nimrodel told you that his people, the Shadow Veil Cabal, they called that their home for the most part. Yep.
Vibing.
Yep. So it seems that wherever you're being
on my
put,
cursed tones.
an adjacent area to the elves.
Perfect.
But you've not heard the district name the Deep Delves yet.
Yeah.
All right.
I went off the soup pervert.
And I would say that you return the items that Barnabas no longer had on his person in order to engage in unarmed combat. You have to go back to get the anchor leaning on the interior of the portal, but you're led that way. And these white kobolds start to transport you, convey you out of the hippodrome, through the streets of the giant steppe, and to a common street, one that'll allow you to make this wide range around the donut that is Argentholme. Over the course of the next hour or so, you start to you would reach your destination. But as you are reaching in and pulling out the items that you have, Queenie of Barnabas, and you reach into your pocket to pull out the pipe, you recognize suddenly something that is in your pocket that wasn't there before. A small piece of parchment.
Oh!
The hell?
And you start to walk your way down the beaten cobblestone paths as you make your way on the outside.
So I just noticed this is in my pocket.
Yep.
I'm reaching for the pipe. I give you the pipe, and then I go back in my pocket. I'm like, wait a minute, what? What?
What's wrong, Mr. Savascotch?
How many people around us that are not us?
I would say that there's 8 or 9 white kobolds that are supposed to be your escort. But they're scattered around. They mostly are just waiting for you. Almost sort of like, we're guiding the way, but if you stop, we'll stop.
Oh, I twisted my ankle. Give me a moment. Jornir, I need help. Help me! Again!
Oh, it's probably from the door.
Again, here. Oh, weird. It's better now. All right, we can continue.
That must have been a
Come on, everyone.
terrible fight.
No, it's fine. Just, old injury.
Will very just put it into my clothes and continue.
You find a home for it in your cloaks or in your garments, and you begin to walk. You're tired. You had a day of rest during daylight, and that was what nourished you, restored your abilities, your innate magic returned. But just one encounter with these fierce Goliaths, as tricksy as it might have been, has you reeling again and ready to hit whatever bed you may be led to. Do you discuss anything as you continue to make your way through the night city?
I would kind of, in a weird, like, you guys know that Scrim is weird, right? He's a little weird. He's a little off.
Yeah.
But even still, you notice that Scrim is kind of acting a little like a little extra anime. Well, as soon as we get back to where there's a comfy bed, I could just pass out, but I really am I gotta go for a walk. I gotta get some fresh air. It's been a crazy day. I mean, look at us. We look brutal. I just want to see the bed. I want to know where it is. I don't want to get lost. And then I want to go for a walk. Just a walk. I gotta clear my head. We gotta do it soon, or I might lose my mind.
Mr. Stavis, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm just gonna go for a walk.
A walk is good to clear the senses, but after the day we've had.
I hope you enjoy your walk. You'll come back and tell us all about it, yeah?
Oh, I'm not gonna make you walk with me, but I think we should do it.
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you asking me to come with you or Tashin?
All of us, especially you.
May we get in private, please, and to our quarters, because we need to rest.
But I just want to see them. And I want to go for a walk.
You want to just look at the beds and then go for a
Confirm
walk?
that the beds are there and go for a walk.
We are going to rest. Thank you.
I am not in the mood to walk, Mr. Staviscott.
I mean, if you really want someone to protect you while you're walking, I'll come with you.
That's what it is. And Barnabas, I really think you're gonna want to go for a walk.
I mean, considering the fact, to be fair, Scrim does have a point. We thought we were getting escorted up to see the princess, and we were jumped by 10 Goliaths. So I don't necessarily think until we have that meeting thing or whatever, the initiation, that we're really safe here. So if Scrim needs us to accompany him, it's not really going to kill us to go on a walk.
We almost died. The sky will be bluer, the snow will be colder and brighter.
Scream, restrain yourself.
Can we take a bath first? I'm covered in blood.
Why would you want to take a bath before the walk? We're probably going to get all
I'm
sweaty.
covered in blood and the ashes of our enemies.
You know how he is on a walk. He starts running around, shaking his butt, saying, "You're not going to catch me." And then one of us has to chase him. And then we all get sweaty, chasing Scrim through the streets before we finally catch him and drag him back to the room.
That is true.
As you're having this conversation, you're passing back through the marketplace. It's a more direct route than what you had to take as you were sneaking in the city, but you recognize some of the milestones. And passing through, you eventually reach what you can only assume is the edge of the district of the Deep Delve. Unlike the quarters of the Goliath district, where they had very much refashioned the architecture to meet their own aesthetic desires, these buildings look largely unchanged. They are very much of the make, that sort of elegant strength that you've come to associate with the Silver Dragonborn that came before, the ones who originally built this place. And the windows are all dark. It seems almost lifeless. And you pass this area guided by your kobolds, and eventually they reach a street indicating that this is your street. This is the street where the ogres are being led, and you can even see some are being guided into various buildings and homes. Presumably, this was originally the home of more Frosthammers, like themselves. But with that population now having moved to where Ogerton was, it's an empty street, empty buildings, and they've been made yours by the word of the Princess of Wrath in addition to her protection. You choose a building and you find yourselves inside your own home. A beautiful space with that same shared architecture. The hearth is already going. It seems that the welcome mat is being rolled out for you.
As soon as I take a step in, I look around. This is great! And I try to turn around and leave.
You turn around and you can see two Frosthammers are standing there with their spears. Can we help you?
Yes, by getting out of the way.
Scream, it is time to go
For
to
a
bed.
walk. What?
It is time to go to bed.
Hey, calm down. We've had a long day. Hey, you, little Frosthammer guys. Can we go on a walk? We've had a long day. We're beaten up by your people.
We will protect you.
Oh, no. We got it. You saw what he did to that big old Goliath guy, didn't you? You don't want that to be you next, right?
We have been asked to make sure that you are safe.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
We will keep you in sight. You walk ahead.
Scrim, I
We
tried.
are turning in for the night. Thank you.
I hate to admit it.
Good
but
day.
yet
It
again-
will be a long night. We will watch.
Damn! I didn't think they were gonna stuck to us like glue.
What's going on,
Where
Scrim?
did you get this?
Give me it! Give me it! Give me it! Give me it!
You may read it.
What do you mean read it?
You may read it, and I'll turn it to
It's
them.
my note!
You gave it to me.
What? Only you can read it too.
I will explain.
I'm the owner of the note.
What does it say? If you give it back,
I'll give it back.
Spit it out! Spit it out!
Drop it. Drop it. Drop it.
It says, about an hour southwest in the mountains. Daisy.
I knew she was still alive.
But I didn't get my pocket. It was in my pocket. Holy crap.
is this some sort of trick?
I don't know, maybe.
I'm gonna tell you a secret. Us rangers can communicate with small beasts, Scrim. See any rats scuttering about? Maybe a bird or something?
No.
Were you looking?
No.
All right then.
It's
It
amazing.
might not be as scary as you think.
I'm just astounded.
I'm so happy that she's alive.
All we have is this note.
Is it her signature? Can you tell?
I mean, it certainly looks like something Daisy. Actually, have we ever seen her write before? Sending letters? No.
Didn't they send written messages?
Yeah, from the
beginning?
vassal sending. Like, would we have seen any of those messages to be able to compare their handwriting?
Huh. I don't know if you've seen Daisy's handwriting.
I don't think so.
But we
It looks
didn't
like
account for
handwriting.
every minute and second of all of the things. I would say that it would be nearly impossible, but if you wanted to make an intelligence check or some relevant intelligence check to make a deduction, then I would allow the roll.
Int bros.
Oh yeah, this is her writing. I'm sure of it. It's her writing. She's alive.
I mean-
she wrote that, and somehow she magically put it in my pocket.
Well, you would know. You were the one who's the most close to her.
How would she get this into your pocket?
I literally just explained it.
Little rats, creatures.
I am.
I could slip any of you guys a note with my bees. Daisy and I aren't that much different.
I'm like,
You're like dying. Yeah, like not doing so hot.
Parma's like,
I don't give a fuck who's out there. An hour south, fuck them.
What is it like? It's the meme where like Scrim is like, oh, just got a new note, and then like Jornir lives a comment, Barnabas is dying, and then Scrim was
This isn't about him. This isn't about him. It's not about him.
Let me ask you a series of questions.
Oh, me?
Any of you.
Oh, all right.
Did we announce our intentions to meet or reunite with a human named Daisy?
Did we announce to who?
Yes, we did.
Yay.
Did you have this note in your pocket when we did this thing?
I don't know. I was retrieving the pipe for Barnabas, and it was in that pocket. I think I would have known if the note was in there when I put the pipe in my pocket. If you're talking about all the hours ago before the fight, I don't think so.
And after we announced our intentions to reunite with the human named Daisy, this note appears in your pocket.
Maybe.
I suggest we get some sleep. I look over at Barnabas on the couch.
Well,
Oh my God, is he breathing?
I mean, we could always send out a small group of us to check. We don't need the big guy to come with us. We don't even need you to come with us if you want to stay here and protect him. It could be a covert ops mission, the Int Bros and me.
What if it's a trap?
Well, we don't have to get so close. We can get close enough, see if we spot her. If we can't spot her, and believe me, if she's there, we'll spot her. We just come back.
We need to be careful.
I know.
We thought we were safe, and we were attacked by almost a dozen Goliaths,
Yeah, you're
and
right.
barely survived. We were betrayed at the drop of a hat.
I know, and I said in that barn I didn't trust any of it.
We need to survive.
I know, but I also want to protect Daisy.
So do I.
Then let me go.
Well, you mentioned that she could use critters to get a message here. Scrim is a master of the arts of tomfoolery.
Sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand.
And I wave my hand, and like from between my fingers, like 10 gold coins appear, and then they disappear.
It's like when Aang does the air whistle thing. I don't know how someone could have slipped it onto him without him knowing, but if you believe that she could get a message to us in that format, do you think that you could do the reverse? Instead of us potentially walking into a trap, you could send
Oh no,
a message.
I didn't take that spell because I was informed I had to take Wall of Humanoid Hands. So, as much as
Told you to do this.
Your options for Wall of Humanoid Hands or send a critter message? What the hell?
Humanoid hands every single time.
Rangers are
Every time.
fucked!
And so as much as I wish I could, and I can technically, but unfortunately on this day I cannot.
But in the morning you could wake up, perhaps.
No, because I ain't a warlock.
How is it?
Many.
Oh, welcome.
Oh, you're all right. You're cool. Come in. Come in.
He ducks in through the door.
And then I poke my head out and I look at the kobolds and I'm like, bang! I slam the door.
I'll have.
We were just going to bed. I agree, Queenie. I hope more than anything that she's alive and that this is a genuine note. But we are wounded. Especially Barnabas.
I'm fine. It's just a bit of just only gotten paid twice. From the back all the way through. Run through.
Taishen's draconic font is depleted.
You fought well.
We are weak. Let us sleep, and then we can hopefully reconnect with her in the morning.
You help ogres! And suddenly this massive bear hug picks you up, Jornir, and again goes into you, Scrim. Manny has clearly come here to thank you. And when he is done with his hugs, he says, thank you. And he turns around and starts to make his way back out.
Make sure that the ogres settle in the buildings and that they are safe.
Manny, sleep in bed tonight.
Before you go to sleep, yes. Just make sure your people are well.
I will.
You can walk about the city as you'd like. If you want to get your own meal, your drinks, or explore, you don't have to stay in any here.
No more pens.
No more pens.
Tomorrow, we train to fight. Yes, good.
Aye. We have a lot of work to do. I forgot you were all a bunch of librarians and priests and stuff. Oh no!
Library.
Oh, that's concerning.
On the equivalent of Sundays.
Are there enough bedrooms for each of us to have one, or like how big is
Yeah,
the house?
for some reason I'm picturing like a townhouse. Like this is a very nice like 2-floor area. There's no basement or anything like that, but there's a kitchen, and you've clearly been put up in one of the much nicer villas, for lack of a better word. This is not as luxurious as the faux luxury of Ilgerton. But it has a very quaint charm and is spacious enough, especially for just the 5 of you. This would have been a family home for a wealthy silver dragonborn some centuries ago. Good night. And Manny goes to find whatever home makes sense to him at that time. The door shuts behind him.
I want to find her as much as anybody else does. But she's made it this far for this long. And a few more hours overnight shouldn't make a difference.
Unless she leaves.
Dine with Miss March. I don't think we can afford to let a night pass when we've told her and the princess has sent her clutch on wing to find her. To keep an eye out for her.
Well, you're certainly not going anywhere.
Well,
You take one more step, you're gonna bleed out.
I'm not stealthy either.
I don't need much. I could take Scrim, I could go by myself.
If this letter is genuine, then she is not far, and she is well. She's not going to leave the second she finds us. And she's not going to die overnight.
You don't know that. You don't know who could find her, what could happen.
And if we are wrong, or if we are found, then we all die.
Then let me go by myself.
If you
I'm not
go-
asking to get you in danger. I'm not asking to get Scrim in danger. I'm asking to go find my friend. To not risk one more night of something happening to her. Not after what happened to her sister.
Do we know how easy it is to get out of the city, period?
That's a good question.
No. You are familiar with only the walls of the Giant Step district. But you entered through the tunnels through the mountain into the marketplace, and you have no idea what the perimeter of a city like this might look like. Is it cliffs of ice? Is it totally open, where the city limits simply diminishes in settlements and structures until you can walk out into free wilderness? There's only one way to tell. It's to go.
I think.
Or to ask.
Small folk, you're near if you can turn into one of your beasts. The 3 of you won't be detected. Taisha and I don't know how stealthy you are, and also being a golden dragonborn, it might be too much of a risk.
I wouldn't want to leave you anyway, Barnabas.
I could use some tea.
I only fear that tonight we're under heavy watch. if you go, even if it is genuine and she is there,
I can do this on my own.
you run just as much a risk of bringing the princess's forces to Daisy. And she's already said that if she finds her, she has no safe bastion except to be claimed into the princess's direct castle.
And that doesn't change whether she's alone in the mountains or with us.
But they're watching us.
And I'm sure they're looking for her. And she is less than an hour away, according to her note.
Unless it means she's an hour southwest of... We're deep in a cavern system. If she's an hour southwest, once you get out in the mountains, she could be very far away.
Jornir,
Yes.
may I please have my note back?
I started on a pot of tea.
Thank you. And I stick it back in my pocket.
The night draws on, and the questions of how to deal with this new piece of information, the promise that you've made to the Princess of Wrath swirls around in your minds. Everything else that you have on top of that, the weight and burden of what brought you here to Drakkar in the first place, is dizzying. And you sometimes address it head on, other times talk around it, and other times try to avoid the topic entirely over the warming tea of Taishan. But
Sorry. Just whenever we have a moment.
you look down and you realize you're staring at the leaves at the bottom of the cup, and the night is getting long.
May I see the note?
Guys, now with your hands.
May you join me,
Me?
all of you.
We're right here.
I would like to see if this note is genuine. So, join me in a ritual of the old faith.
Sure.
You enjoy short rest.
If you have a way to do that, yeah, absolutely. Let's prove it.
I'll take out a bowl, little bowl. And I will take some kindling and I will put it into the bowl. And just maybe a couple twigs that I have on me. And I will take some flint and tinder and just get a very small fire. I will take some incense out.
Should we close our eyes?
If any of you have a memory of Daisy, or perhaps something of hers, may you please present it as part of this ritual.
I can offer just the memory of the time we met. And she struck down the woodland animal we were hunting. Or Queenie did. It's muddled now, but we greeted her with Scrim's classic greeting for new friends.
As you are speaking these words, you put the two images together. They look very similar, but that was not when you met Daisy. That was when you met Honey.
I mean... Autumn, I'm sorry.
You met her at the entrance to the elven home that eventually burned down. Knowing that you would have to deliver, not knowing that she was in there for one thing, but also realizing that you'd have to deliver the news of her sister's death. And she was peeking out through the window.
I think of that memory only to recall the time we had to tell her that her sister died.
Jeez.
And that's the memory I offer instead.
I'll reach into my herbalism pouch and I'll throw in some herbs, and the fire will grow a little bigger. And different incense and sort of fragrances will start to sort of spread through the room. Anyone else?
I don't have anything physical, but the memory that I have is I've learned a lot from all of you, especially Barnabas, and the importance of freedom. And that's why I had one of those ogres take one of those chain links and turn it into a loop. I thought it was kind of symbolic of taking the chains and turning it into your own thing, reclaiming it for your own. And I gave her that loop and she put it around her neck. And that was a nice moment. She smiled. Well, she looked a little confused at first, but she smiled. And that's a memory that I hold dear.
We'll add some more herbs, and the fire will grow bigger.
I have the memory of when I gave her her new bow with the string that was fashioned for her, the pieces from her sisters, and how she'll always be able to carry honey with her every day. That's the memory I carry of her.
After the doom that came to Overton, and the days that followed, I taught her how to roast a boar, how to season it, and how to prepare it, carve it. She wanted to learn how to be able to prepare a feast for her kin. She was a natural.
I remember when we told her of her sister's death. She did not shut down. She did not crumble away. She did not wither like a daisy. She wanted to survive. And this is who she is. And I'll take the note. And looks like I'm about to pass it back to Scrim, but I'll throw it into the fire.
Jornir, what? No! Why?
And I will whiff into it. Then I will sit back. I will peer into the weird in the way I have never done before. Daisy, if you are alive, show me. I would like to cast Scrying.
Ooh. What?
Super scribe because
If
you repeat the shit out of
She needs to make a. I'm hoping that'll affect the DC. But anyway, she needs to make a Wisdom saving throw. The save modifier is the target must make a Wisdom saving throw, which is modified by how well you know the target. And if the target knows you're casting the spell, it can fail a saving throw voluntarily if it wants to be observed, but it's not. So her roll is subtracted by 5 because I'm familiar with her. And then -4 because we have a possession or a garment as part of the ritual.
Sorry,
so
you're gonna have to give me this in a minute. I need to find her stat block.
You need her actual stat block.
Yeah.
So if we're doing like magic from the Northmen, are we gonna take a bunch of drugs, get on all fours, bark and fart on each other?
Ooh,
Don't tempt me with a good time.
yeah.
Jornir's definitely like hallucinating, right? And he's when he inhaled this smoke, he's sort of communing with the weird. Just because I think you can use scry too much and it becomes cheesy, so I want it to be like a more impactful thing that I'm not just going to cast every other day.
Man, hold on.
But you can. It's on your character
It's my
sheet.
character sheet, guys.
It's on your fucking character sheet.
Interesting. Okay.
Interesting.
So she needs to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
And it's -9.
And it's -9.
And
Now,
I don't know if we probably can't
let's
twist it. Can we?
let's talk about scrying, if you were scrying on anybody, what are they wisely saving against? Like, how does this happen in the world of magic?
Basically, at least how I'm viewing it, right, is that the weird, or sort of the lore of the weird, is that it's sort of like this essence, this magic, the force that just connects everything, right? And so Jornir would basically be trying to peer through the weird and try to locate the person that he's seeking. And so I think the idea is that, you know, wherever she would be, just like Constitution can happen while you're unconscious, right? It's this sort of inherent power of the mind that can stave off this scrying power, or the power of you know, Jornir's ability to sort of peer through the weird. So I'm basically trying to break that so that I can find her.
Okay.
In this sort of natural web.
You are so she would have this feeling of like intrusive being watched that she is trying to push out of her mind. Is that what she is? Like, I'm trying to think about what Daisy is actually endeavoring to do. Like, is this a natural?
No. She's not consciously doing it.
She's not. Okay.
Yeah. It's basically just her. Just like in when you're unconscious and you make a Constitution saving throw, you're not thinking, "Oh, I'm gonna."
What's your DC?
My DC.
It's like 16, 17, 18?
17.
17. And she has a -9?
Yeah. Come on. -9.
She fails. I don't have to roll.
I open my eyes.
She physically cannot pass.
And they are both glowing with almost like this purple, this light blue sort of incense smoke. And mechanically, I create a sensor near her, 10 feet away, and I can look through the sensor magically, as long as she's on the same plane of existence as me.
She is.
And I can watch her for 10 minutes.
You feel an instant transportation almost as your sight in your eye shifts. What is normally murky, perhaps even blind, suddenly opens up and you can see more clearly through it than you can through your uninjured eye. And you don't even have a sensation of flight. It is like pulling back a drape of reality as all of a sudden you are looking at the side of a mountain pass, a path on the side of the mountain. There are trees thin at this altitude, but there are trees of fir and other why do I always forget tree names when I'm trying to do my descriptions? Christmas trees, fucking pine. Holy
Spruce.
shit, spruce. You can see these. You recognize the flora instantly, and you peer through this, and very quickly you realize that you are following someone who is moving quite quickly. The sensor has to continue to move forward, and there's this not pleasant moment where your stomach has to lurch just a little bit because you are catching up with somebody who is jogging, moving at a good clip.
Yeah, it stays within 10 feet of her. So
Exactly. And so as you are following, you see a figure in the night. You see a cloudless, under the cloudless moonlit sky, you are looking and following a recognizable shape. The shape of who you can only presume to be Queenie. But
Daisy.
Daisy.
Okay, cool.
But
she's gone.
her furs are the same, what you recognize from the last time you saw her, from what you can tell. Perhaps a little bit more banged up, worse for the wear. You recognize the bow that's strewn back behind her back. You recognize a few satchels, but more importantly, you recognize a helm. Almost a head, a piece of armor, and moving even closer in with your sensor, you are trying to get a sense of what this shape is, for it looks alien and strange to you. You cannot make out what is the nature of this helmet, for lack of a better word, when the sensor has to stop because the figure stops. And Turning, you realize the figure stopped to look back at Argentholme. You've been traveling away. You've been traveling southwest to wherever the destination indicated in the note is. And you are, however long or far into this journey, you're not sure, but Daisy turns, and what you see is what is clearly the harvested bone of some creature. And where her face would be, you see these almost insect-like eyes. You can see the jaw almost grinning and bone like that. She's made other adjustments to her armor, and she turns for a moment and peers back in the direction of Argentholme before turning, getting her breath and continuing forward. Unremarkable 10 minutes passes other than these details that you are taking in. Soaring around with your sensor, you've seemingly caught her as she is making her night travel back to wherever her shelter is before the sensor fades and blinks out.
Badass. Just like Kaisa.
My eyes are going. You'll see, I'm sort of like swaying almost uncharacteristically. Very Northman, right? Where like these stoic guys take all these drugs and they're like naked and they're barking. I'm not going that crazy, but I'm just sort of kind of swaying and maybe chanting under my breath, and singing that song that badass song that was just playing.
That song was fucking awesome, by the way.
And you'll see almost like a single tear roll down my face, and I'll snap out of it. She lives.
What?
You saw her.
No
Yes.
way.
The note was hers. It allowed me to find her. She has taken care of herself.
I knew she'd make it.
She's even more skilled than when we left her.
Yes! That's great news!
Yes. I did not want to hold on to hope. But she is gifted. More than I realized.
We need to find her before the clutch does.
We do. But I implore all of you, we must rest first. I do not want us to make an emotional decision and cut down in the night. If all of you do want to go, then I will follow. But I will allow you to make the decision.
I'm trying to be the mature one here. Shocking, I know.
It is.
I want to go. But I know that Barnabas can't take 10 feet away from this place. He's gonna keel over any second. That was a ship term.
Aye.
I can get her. Can't all go. We can't all walk through these streets with all these eyes on us. Tomorrow night we're going to be busy, and who knows what's going to happen after. Who knows if she'll stay, who knows if she'll go. But right now we know where she's at. I can get her. Why don't you trust me? I may not have been able to say... I can save her.
If you wish.
I could take maybe Scrim, but even then it becomes more dangerous.
You will take Scrim.
I cannot protect you, Scrim.
I don't need protection. We just gotta move quick.
We'll move quick. You will hinder me. Because in that terrain, I won't be impeded by it like you will be.
And then just leave me. We'll figure it
But
out.
you can ride my bees.
Ah.
If you trust them.
Whatever you say goes.
I'm gonna make myself eggs, if I have it.
Three of you enjoy a long rest. Doing that while you start to prepare to make a nighttime journey in the direction that you know the note indicated. And that's where we'll end tonight's session.
Beautiful.